Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side of the deep. It's true or die. It's true or die. Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Water start to rise. Is it true for us? With the tides that find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? We're playing with fire. Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour can't be tamed. I got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every tamed.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, I set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat.
Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
everyone, welcome to week number 7, 6 weeks in the book, and we are more than halfway through the first part of the season. It's time to make moves for the Legend and Rise group and get into the road to MSI qualifiers. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid, better known as Wox. Welcome, gentlemen. I feel like I haven't had you guys on the desk for a while. For a pre-show.
Wox. I've been avoiding Wadid.
Same. He's too toxic.
Well, too bad. Put your differences aside. We got to break down this week as we take a look at the standings so far. After 12 matches for each squad, it is Hanwha Life Esports on that 10-game winning streak, followed by Genji, KT, T1, D+, and covering that final playoff spot, it's the Bros.
You know, for a good amount of time, I was convinced we were going to get warm tones and cool tones again, but Nongshim are deep in the cool tones.
They're cooling off.
Yeah, that doesn't seem likely, which kind of puts to context how much they're struggling at the moment. You know, they are the team right now with the longest loss streak by a significant margin, and they started the season so well, which feels a bit rough.
Yeah, and for the PM standings, we can clearly see that mid lanes are carrying the game mostly, even though the patch seems like they want to decrease the power of the impact of the mid lane, but still, Chobi and Zeka, they're the main part.
Don't forget Theodore. Tycoon Teddy doing his part for Hanjin Brion. As we take a look at the Preds from last week, yes, myself, Umpty, Hooney, Wolf, all of us geniuses. You know who got 8 out of 10?
Wait.
These two guys on the desk next to me.
Wait, Hooney only got 15?
Hooney, you gotta work on it. You're getting paid.
Damn, he's slacking.
Yeah, the wings are there to help him catch up. It's his guardian angel.
Also, Digon, weren't you in first earlier in the seaon?
Ox, you're too behind me. Why are you trying to make a fun?
Don't you always predict Bro? How are you losing to Wolf? Bro, we're winning all the time now.
Like the Bros, I'm just losing for content, making it close so that it's more entertaining. A couple of guys that think that it might be a little too close are the teams that have been winning very fast. If you want lots of content, 6 gamers, that hasn't happened for you. There has been 0 so far this season.
Yeah, and obviously, if there's a big discrepancy between the teams, like first against last, 2-0 is not that surprising. But every single team in the league has suffered a 2-0 defeat. HLE, the top of the table, went down 2-0, and it just shows that things feel very one-sided when a team gets an advantage in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Guma once, like he already mentioned that maybe because of the first election, that you only get to pick the one side of the thing. So you either pick the blue side or the second pick. So it can be like kind of annoying for the team who already lost the game and they have to plan something really new. And maybe that's the reason why like the teams are getting more 2-0 here.
Yeah, well, it's been annoying for 2 of the squads that started off well earlier in the season, which is KT and D+ Kia. With KT, they were on that winning streak, lost a couple games. Last week, they went back to the winning ways, and then lost again, and there's a couple reasons why here.
I feel like a big aspect, you know, that we're seeing in the clips in front of us was a lot of pressure has been put down towards the bot lane, whether it's because of draft not giving them enough agency in the 2v2, or just teams really mounting up the pressure and not allowing aiming to really scale up and be the teamfight monster that he's known to be.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to talk about it in general. So obviously at the beginning of the season, they were ahead of the curve. So I think they knew how the meta goes. So you just pick the counter pick on the top side. The bot lane matchup is kind of whatever. And the mid lane always has to like get the pressure and the roam around. And I think everyone couldn't really react to it. But now everyone respects the KT. And BDD has some rough moment as well in the mid lane. But I think just in general, they are now kind of like getting respected and the team prepared against the KT now.
I think that's the thing, is that when you see BDD having a rough time, that's when it's like, oh, things really seem a bit rough. But they're still in a healthy spot in the standing, still a chance to recover. And on the other side, looking at D+.
Yeah, I mean, for DK, I really want to mention about the bot lane, mainly because I think the reason why they were good is because Smash and Career, they stepped up so much and they were bringing so many things for the team. And especially like Smash, I love him as a player. He's the main shot caller, he's the main damage dealer. But right now, I think a lot of mistakes happened from him. Like individual mechanical issue happened a lot in the laning phase, but not only the laning phase, but also like on the macro-wise, he did some question mark decision making by himself as well. So I think their bot lane has to step up from my side.
Yeah, I think jungle top has, over the course of their time in the LCK, been quite inconsistent. You know, we've seen really high highs from Shiwu and from Lucid, but there has been times where they've definitely struggled. And it feels like, you know, examples like this, just getting caught off guard by KT when trying to set up a play.
Yeah, maybe too much pressure on Smash right now. I think he's doing a lot of work for the team, but I think, fortunately, we could see like Korea performing so much better on the EWC qualifier, so we might see like different version of DK this week.
Yeah, it's a reminder that that bot lane, still very young, but when they make mistakes in this meta, it is very punishing. Now, for an opposite take here, it's a older bot lane who's doing really well in this meta. That's right. It's Hanjin, Brion, Giga Chad Bro highlight time, baby.
And you know, there is someone on this space right now, you know him as the big bro fan.
That's right.
Who is more than happy about the success of the bros.
Yeah.
He put everything, all of his commitment behind them.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say, we did have to stay true to the bros.
I am so happy as
What do you mean?
And Egon, Wadid is talking. Can you please
What do you mean? I'm the guy!
Stop talking because I'm talking, you know, like, you know, I invested all my points on my podcast to do the fantasy stock market, and I knew it! They were good! Their laning phase was so good, their fundamentals were there, but just only little one thing. The spice, you know, they couldn't just decide yet, even though they had the early leads. But right now, they have great shot caller, they have a great decision making, they have great rotation, they have good macros. You know, after Digon decides to predict KT over Brion, now they're back. Now they're back. Hanjin Brion is back, you know. We don't need Digon, you know. I think Hanjin Brion now looking so much better.
We're not going to talk about how they've learned how to trade objectives here with the early lead that they've been getting, falling all the way back to last year. Now they're like, you know what? You can have the third Drake. We'll just go ahead and sneak a Baron on you.
Egon?
That's pretty important as well.
Yeah, Egon, it's coming across a little bitter, okay?
You think casting? Look at this. Casting playing like
I want to hear more from
crazy-
Wadid, the real bro fan.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the casting and roamer both. I think solo laners are doing so much better, you know. I mean, no one really focused on the players like casting, you know, but he's actually doing something. He's actually getting something for the team. Now I'm so happy for it.
I just love hearing all this passion from a really dedicated bro fan.
Exactly.
It's something that, you know, especially when teams have been struggling, you just don't get that consistent support. So, you know, hats off to you, Wadid. You've really stuck by them.
Thank you.
The bros
I
have
appreciate
been
it.
playing well, as we have a quote here from the general manager. Reach, it took some time for the scrim results to translate into official matches. The current meta now also aligns well with the team style, experiencing the fans' cheers and roars at the team roadshow at T1 also served as a huge motivation for the players. And remember, that was the last time. Not only did they lose a series, last time they lost a game. 8 wins in a row, game wins, 4 series wins in a row, looking to continue to do so. And when we take a look at the two teams competing for that 5th and final legend spot, oh, that's a cool legend logo, right? D+ and Bro, very close.
Yeah, and I think in terms of current form, Bro look great, but the things working against them, they are down in terms of series compared to D+. And when we look at the schedule, both teams play DNS and Kirim DRX. They both play each other, but if you compare, D+ have BNK Fearx and Nongshim, and Bro have T1 and Genji. So I think D+ have the edge in terms of schedule, and Bro, if they stick to this form, it's definitely possible, but they have that work cut out.
But Ox, just look at the schedule of Hanjin Brion right now. It's such a cinema, you know? The teams that they're facing against is gonna be like getting better and better. So start from DNS, at the end you play against HLE. So I do believe in momentum because as a player perspective, I also did believe in momentum, and they're in the winning streak.
They're gonna have the Bro mention.
Exactly. Hop on the hype train, you know. Everyone believe in bros, except Egon, by the way. So what do? Trust Hanjin
wearing the jersey.
I would do believe in Bro. Thank you, Wadid. You showed me the light. We believe.
We believe in bros.
I took this picture of him.
That's for your brand.
That's me, I believe, I'm a believer.
Yeah, I don't really I can't really think of a time Degon's really been enthusiastic about Bro. I mentioned them, maybe.
I mean,
passing.
People come up to me.
No, I mean,
Say, aren't you the bro guy? They don't even say,
Hey.
are you the LCS guy or are you the podcast guy or did you host like the World Championship of Wild Rift? Did you meet Snoop
Egon.
Dogg? No one cares about that anymore. They just care about this.
Egon, this is about Bro, not about you. I think you should focus more on the team and not make it about yourself.
Exactly.
Which is kind of the difference between you and Wadid. Wadid is so focused on the bros.
did you pay something for Bro? Did you invest something just like me? I just put my heart in Bros, but now you're like, you're getting free jersey. You're just branding.
I tried to
yourself.
pay for the bro membership and it didn't take my monies.
Oh,
you
you
didn't-
tried.
Didn't pay the bro tax.
Oh, wow.
No, I
You
pay
didn't
the bro
support
tax. The
team.
membership tax is different. There's it's really complicated. All right, let's get out of this. It's time to get a Degon's Fact of the Week, everybody. The bros are playing well. We'll leave it at that. Hashtag keep it real, as in the real bro fan. And so we'll keep it real by introducing our two competitors today. It is Mr. Hashtag Daniel Harrison. Better.
Wow, that's actually my name. How did you get that right?
Are you slacking?
No, not slacking.
Well, I'm sure you have something
There's a
interesting
reason.
for Wadid, right?
That's right. For Wadid, his opponent, hashtag Bane King.
Wow, you put on names there in the hashtags.
I did.
That was impressive.
There's a reason. Because as we do turn the chapter into Season 2 and Pandemonium, the focus champion is Vayne.
Oh my god.
And it's time for a lore question because we haven't had a lore question in quite some time. These are all first names of champions. Which one is Vayne's first name?
I think it's B.
Is it A. Amelia, B. Sarah, C. Shauna, or D. Jada?
Shauna would be pretty cool, but I think it is Sarah.
It's Sarah.
All right, two Sarahs. Chat at home. Lock it in?
Yeah, we lock it.
Yep.
All right, it's locked in. Chat at home. Atlas and Wolf, who Wolf loves his lore. No, it's C. Shauna. It's Amelia LeBlanc. That is Sarah
cool.
Misfortune, which she says in the mecha suit. She says Sarah Misfortune. And Shada Kane. But it's Shauna Vayne.
LeBlanc's first name is
Wait.
Amelia?
Yes.
Wait.
What the heck?
Wait, I didn't even know Vayne is the last name.
Yes, Shauna Vayne. So now, when you go ahead and get your Pandemonium skin, you can just say, I'm going to go
Shauna.
play
And
Shauna.
that's crazy. I said it would be cool, and it's the correct answer. That is cool.
Wow.
You know what, Degon? He may not be a true bro fan, but you did a good fact of the week.
Yeah, this is good one.
All right, there we go. This week's fact of the week, first name basis here with some of the top champs in the game. As we take a look at this week's matchup, it all starts with T1 versus Nongshim, then DNS versus D+. The Saturday showdown has two bangers. It's Genji versus T1, excuse me, and then BNK Fearx against Nongshim, which was the big trade here from earlier in the season.
So I wanted to highlight a match a little bit more low-key, a little bit under the radar here, that, maybe if you're a really long-term dedicated LCK fan, you'll recognize the greatness here, but I actually think Genji T1 liable to be quite a banger. That might surprise some people. It's a matchup we actually have seen a good amount of times before, and often does deliver.
It's a matchup for Boomer, but for Zoomers, it's a BNK Fearx versus Nongshim because we all know what's happening. We all know the drama between the AD carries. So I'm really excited for that one.
Yeah, and then we close out the week. Hanwha Life Esports and KT. Remember, that was the first loss that KT suffered at the end of round one. As we take a look at the predictions, pretty straightforward with Umpty feeling the bromentum of Kiwoom DRX.
Who's the new guest though? Is it Chronicler? Is he back?
All right.
He's returning?
Chronicler is in the chat.
Wait, what?
I knew we couldn't stay away for long.
Mauhaus?
Say these clowns don't know anything when it came to.
That's why he's coming back.
Oh, that's true.
Is he the new guest?
Well, actually, to be fair, we've included his predictions in the graphic now. He's been submitting them every single week,
Unlike
and
Hooney.
Yeah, he's been trying to get them in. He's been trying to convince us to put them on the broadcast, so I guess he got his wishes now.
So no, it is not Chronicler, but I will say that this guest talent comes from Wadid's favorite region.
Is LCK?
From the LCS?
both trolled. Oh man, this is so good. All right, I did play in so many different regions, you know, LLA, LCK, LEC, LCS. So who knows? I mean, my favorite.
No,
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. My favorite is LCK.
No, he said LCK, and then he said we both trolled.
Yeah.
That was a troll? The
was
LCK
a
is your
troll.
favorite region?
Wadid is going to be fired.
Wow.
Maybe it won't just be
Wow.
a guest host anymore. It'll just be a full-time talent.
What do you mean?
We'll find out after the break. We'll see you after game number 1.
I love
Did-
LCK.
What-
Allegedly.
Final words, Wadid.
What do you mean final? All right, we got a insane matchup today. We have T1 versus Nongshim, which is pretty hot, you know, according to their team logo. I like to see more from them, you know, especially Nongshim. They have to bounce back, right? Yeah, you got some professional quotes here. Any idea about this matchup?
Well, I wanted to say something first. I am surrounded by fake fans. Shameful.
We'll see you after game number 1.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
페이커 화이팅! T1 화이팅! 용심 화이팅! 용심 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Alice, joined by Wolf. It's the Wallace broadcast once again. And yes, we were on yesterday doing some Road to EWC as well. And we're now looking forward to seeing what a couple of the teams that were playing yesterday are going to do here today. One of them having a bit of a turnaround, and the other one, business as usual. We're going to start with the business as usual.
Yeah, T1 did kind of dismantle BNK yesterday. It was not a real series, it felt like. And we were kind of hoping, like, oh, Tatum's kind of on the up and up right now. Anything could happen. It could be interesting. We expected T1 to win, but T1 smashed them. And Doran is back in form. Ona looked really good. Baker pulling out the TF all the time. T1, I think, have started to figure out their identity here after we reach the halfway point. We're moving close to the road to MSI, right? We're getting deeper now into round 2, and this team is on the rise, and I think they're competing for that second spot, right, for MSI alongside Gen.G. It's so hyped that they're going to have that matchup later on this week against Gen.G. But before we talk about T1's success, we got to talk about the loss streak here, which has not been solved by Diablo here, and the sub-in of Pleta has not necessarily fixed anything yet either. And this team seems to be in quite the, I think they call it a slump. It might be a little bit oversimplifying what's going on here.
Yeah, I think that Dire Straits is what sort of comes to mind, and not the phenomenal band, just unfortunately the performance here of Nongshim haven't really been able to figure it out, and these are not necessarily the top of the table names that you're seeing here as well. I think Nongshim this year with the roster that they put together, we're expecting some top 5 results at the bare minimum, and right now, I mean, they're in the top 10. But we don't know how far down they're going to fall.
Yeah, not looking great for them at this moment in time. On the other side of things, we do have a video here.
Please give me 1 assist. As Carrier only 1 away from 6,000. And unfortunately, just not able to quite get his last one. I have a feeling that he might be able to find 1 assist, though, in this series. What do you think, Wolf?
I think there's a pretty extreme statistical likelihood that that will occur, yes.
Yeah.
As you know, obviously, it's a bit awkward for players, I think, as well, when there's a lot of hype around them potentially hitting that 6,000 or 5,000 or 2,500, and then they don't hit it on the day where it's been pushed, you know, so heavily on the broadcast, and you're like, oh no, now they're going to do it again. Now they have to talk about 6,000 again. And yeah, we got flowers here because this month is where we have both Parents' Day and Children's Day in Korea. It's kind of the month of the family holidays, and it is also in America the Mother's Day month this time around in May as well. So we got a lot of family stuff going on. You and I both are dads now, so got to experience Parents' Day and Children's Day for the first time.
Yep,
It haven't mean something, except there's a lot of kids outside.
You know what's really sad, Wolf? Isn't Father's Day in like August or something like that?
It's in June.
Oh, June, whatever. It's not in this month. You know, I feel like we miss out on family month. They put us aside, you know, to be in some other weird month that doesn't have all the family shenanigans going on. That's
fun.
You know, it feels a bit segregating. Maybe we can talk to God or whoever came up with when family days are. Who did that?
I mean, in Korea, I think it's just probably like the person who made the calendar like ages ago, right?
Yeah, is there someone we can call? Maybe there's someone we can call. We'll figure it out. Anyway, let's get into this matchup, the battle of the red teams, as one of them in flying form, the other one not so much. But anything can happen on the day. Everyone spawns with the same nexus. It has the same amount of, well, not the same, they're on different sides of the map, but they've got the same amount of health, the same amount of turrets between them and victory. And Nongshim might be able to do it.
You're really selling that this is going to be a shellacking, and I think it likely will be, but...
Yeah. I mean, we watched yesterday, Wolf. It wasn't even a series. With the whole... You know what? The thing that we said the most was, are they even playing the game?
Sure.
That was what we were talking about.
And, I mean, anecdotally, I saw the Nongshim players walk into Law Park today, getting out of their van, I guess you could call it, and, you know, everyone was looking pretty locked in. Like, everybody's super focused, but you could also feel the air of... You know, this is a tough time. Kingan's facial expression has changed massively, so maybe someone had some lobby banter or something like that. But moments before, it looked like, you know, he had his head in his hands. It's a really frustrating time right now if you are Nongshim, because you also were hoping, I think, that this trade was going to at least solve some of the problems in the short term, and then maybe some of the long-term issues would kind of solve themselves, and the momentum would shift. But it almost feels like it's done the opposite, and the solo laners are just not having the impact that this team needs them to have, frankly. I think when you have either Taeyun in the past, who is not a guy who in rosters like this is going to be your carry. He's not Viper, you know what I mean? And you don't have a position where if the rest of the team is falling apart, a player like Diablo, who's got insane hands, can do it alone. You know, the AD carry position just doesn't work that way. You need the rest of the team to at least reach the middle bar Otherwise, you just cannot actually get it done alone if you are the best player on this team. And Diablo looks to be individually still, despite not getting those results yet, the best individual performing player here. But he's changed supports twice now. You know, he had Lehens very briefly. Now he's dealing with Pleta. How do you get out of this environment to showcase where you came from, where you were the top duo-killing AD carry on B&K alongside Kellen there, and it's just looking like a very different situation here.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy that you bring up the fact that these solo laners need to step up. I mean, they're both, you know, in back-to-back years, actually, World Finals MVPs. Like, these guys certainly know how to get it done in Kingen and in Scout. It has been some time, but at least we have Daniel Orks Harrison on the space, so he can talk about how good Pleta is once we get out of this game. And I want it to be something that is going to be easy to sell with some great gameplay that we're going to be watching here today. But I think with all the turmoil going on, it is such an incredibly difficult ask, especially up against Carrier, who is probably the best support in the world right now.
When the controversy about that All-Pro vote came out, who would have thought that months, years later,
he gets replaced by the guy!
Yeah, would replace Lehens on a roster. Isn't that insane to think?
I still remember that giant essay that one guy sent me about me putting the wrong person in my support vote. But I was going to vote for Beryl anyway. Let's do it. Let's dive into the draft here for game number 1. T1 versus Nongshim. And probably going to be some Varus and some Rumble and some Karma bans, and then the Orianna ban, and then the Bard ban. So there's one ban that might be interesting, Wolf.
Yeah, it could be. Lulu has been banned by T1, actually, in the first phase. They did that yesterday at the Road to EWC, and I think that's a pretty smart ban. Lucian is another one of those bans that can be used in this spot, especially if you are the first pick team, because it's an AD carry that pairs well specifically with Emilio.
Yep.
So if you get it on second pick, you get the duo, and it is very strong. Whereas if you were trying to first pick this pick, you might lose what you were looking for, which we've seen T1 even do themselves by picking away the Emilio to run the Aphelios Emilio lane. The Rumble is gone, the Karma, the Bard. This final spot will likely be the Orianna eventually here. It is Faker on the other side. We've seen some teams experiment with banning Nocturne instead, and that hasn't really been working out. And you and I discussed it a lot yesterday.
Yeah.
Teams have learned not to give Faker Orianna. A lot of teams have learned it over a decade ago, but...
And the problem is, if he gets the Orianna, then you have to ban away or pick up either Nocturne or Jarvan, and you can't pick both. And so therefore she gets a Great Ball carrier anyway, and it is just a little bit doomed. So that Orianna is going to be banned. They did pass the test.
I like first picking Jarvan here, but they like denying Ashe Seraphine by first picking the Ashe instead.
And Ashe Lulu is, you know, rising in priority as well. I mean, if they manage to get a rotation, like, say the Seraphine is denied with, like, Diablo Caitlyn Seraphine lane or something like that.
Diablo's unzipping the jacket.
Oh, dear.
He knows it's not going to be a fun lane.
But also, like, Ashe, Lulu, Xin Zhao is so incredibly strong in this instance. And Owner is obviously going to lock Xin. Seraphine is up, so you may as well lock that as well.
Yeah.
It works very, very well. And we've seen this core just be so powerful, and we've seen Ezreal Nico be not good, like, at all.
It's a really strong pick for Diablo, the Ezreal pick. They have the Jarvan on their side, though. I don't feel like this was absolutely necessary in this first game. I'd rather have seen in a different draft this Ezreal utilized here and them to play a Caitlyn draft instead, for example. But the Bard's gone, right? So they kind of walked into this trap. I think they did not expect T1 to deny the Ashe first. And this is something that T1 has done twice now. The Milio pick away and then the first pick Ashe, which messes up the setup for Nongshim. And most teams are not doing this, but T1 exclusively is throwing that wrench into some of these plans. And I think Nongshim were like, well, it's the best range support we got left to play with one of Diablo's best picks. I guess we'll see how this works. But like you're alluding to, does not fill us with confidence here right now for the Nongshim side, as they will also ban away that blind Gnar.
Yep, not going to allow that one. Does mean that they will be able to dive onto something like a Renekton for themselves if they would like to put Kingen up there on something that can really affect the mid-game relatively well. We've seen Renekton find, you know, varying success, but has been pretty strong. And there's the Annie ban as well. The Azir going to be taken away from Scout, certainly earning his stripes on that one. And one more ban. I mean, we've seen Ryze banned away, things like this, but it'll just have to be about what Faker wants to be playing. Akali is often a ban at this stage as well.
Yeah, it certainly could be what they want to go to here. There it is.
Yeah.
So Ryze is really powerful here in terms of late game damage and scales incredibly well alongside both of these compositions. If you have it on the Jarvan side, then you know you're not going to be Cataclysm, right? Like, I think it's better for Nongshim, but they are going to go for the Twisted Fate pick here, which I think is something Faker has really enjoyed playing. So not only is it a nice pick away for T1's draft, like I think T1 absolutely can play that with Ashe Seraphine, but it means Faker can't play it for the rest of the series because he has found so much success on this pick since its rise to popularity. In part due to his picking of the champion. I think he's 4-0 on it right now in the LCK.
Oh, instead, he's going to be the one playing the Rise. We did see Vikler attempt this, I believe, against Faker yesterday in exactly the same matchup, just a bit of a role reversal. And he did okay in the lane. Obviously, everything fell apart around them, but it wasn't too bad of a matchup. Now Carrier to lock in something for Doran.
Yeah, I think Doran, if he has either a really safe front line here, it's hard for the Ezreal to cut through, or he can play something that side lanes incredibly well because he has the Rise. And I'd prefer the front line because it also works well with Seraphine, right? And so the Sion pick makes a ton of sense, and there isn't a lot of picks right now in this meta that really crush it. Like, is he going to play Gwen here? He might. I mean, they have a TF in mid. It could work.
It's Gwenable,
I think that might be the pick I'd prefer most here for Sion Nongshim Red Force, because somebody's got to cut through that Sion health. And this Jace, I think, isn't going to be that guy. I don't think he's going to be that pick for me. No. And we have seen this actually struggle so much into the Sion.
Thankfully, it's Ambassador instead. And it's weird that I say that, because Ambassador has not been finding very much success at all. It's just better than Jace. I'm still not exactly enthralled by what Nongshim have put together here. The Ezreal Nico is, you know, a thorn in the side of everyone these days.
Have a lot of engage. Both squads do. Between the Sion that can engage, the Ashe Arrow, Rise's Root follow-ups, the Seraphine needs no explanation. But on the other side, you've got Gold Card into Flag and Drag, Cataclysm, Ambessa follows up on Gold Card. Even with the nerf to her ultimate, you should be able to link those two together. And you've got the Nico as well. So there's a lot of single target here on both sides, but at least the Nico gives a little bit more AoE. Same with the Seraphine. It's going to be pretty brawly how these compositions collide, but I do think that if T1 get ahead, the Twisted Fate's agency is going to go down massively, and he won't be able to affect the map as well as he would otherwise like to. So I think Nongshim need to maintain a tempo lead in order to play this one out. Otherwise, the Ashe Seraphine just becomes too big in the late game, and the front line is just too hard to crack.
Yeah, and Pays yesterday was absolutely incredible on the Ashe. I think he has been a real standout as far as improvement for T1 over this season so far, and his Ashe was certainly a way that he was getting a few of those leg ups. He was dying repeatedly, but getting so much damage down forehand, guaranteeing victories in the team fights. We'll see whether that is what's going to happen again as we get onto the Rift for game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. T1 versus Nongshim. As Faker versus Scout, always a fun one.
Yeah, it's you know, we've talked about it a few times. We've been fortunate enough to have it already this year, but it's still, when you see those nameplates, I mean, the observers did a great cinematic, you know, looking at the champs walking to the mid lane. It is like, wow, you know, it's 2026 and we still get treated to this. Now in a domestic league, as, you know, both of these players were, you know, playing together, obviously Scout behind Faker for a brief period of time and then became big rivals internationally later on and have had the better of each other at different parts of time. Faker getting the most recent win over Scout and that huge win in 2023 in that the season where, or rather the World Championship where T1 really got the LPL killer nickname. Yeah. And it's fun to see it, but right now when you look at the current form of these two teams and Scout's current form, the hype kind of fades away a little bit. You know, you think about the past, you get excited. You think about current times, and looking at rose-tinted glasses, I suppose, if you're really hoping to get excited about this one, is Nongshim really need to turn things around in a big way. And this could be the first step in doing so. To beat T1 would be a huge upset and definitely a momentum swinger.
Certainly would be. As right now, Diablo is hitting some of these Mystic shots. That's certainly going to be helping him out here in this lane. But Owner is making his way in, walks over a ward on his way over there. And it looks like Pletter and Diablo will just be able to play defensively enough to keep themselves in a good spot.
Sponge is going to cross the river here because he saw that he was backing. Actually, this is really huge. That information that was granted is going to cost Owner at least this blue buff here, it looks like. And long as Sponge can rush this one down. They do both have Smite, but this is a really good read here from Sponge. And at this point, Owner's not 100% aware, but he will check. It's a Smite fight.
Will he be able to actually get it? The answer is yes, as Owner takes it away. The flash to follow. 3 talent strike for the knock-up there, as well as Sponge will be able to find the flag and drag, but Faker, he's able to ghost on over, and that is a dead Rise on a, dead Jarvan on a silver platter for the Rise. Faker off to the races already.
I don't think Owner had any vision of where Sponge was, but I think he was
they saw him on the Raptor ward.
Okay,
so he was walking south from the Raptor ward.
Okay, so he did get seen there, because I was going to say otherwise, that's an insane read that he's just like, nah, they're playing too safe in the bottom lane. I think he's going to cross. They saw me. I'm going to check. I'm going to 1v1 him, and then we're going to get the kill. But if they did see him, obviously it's a lot more obvious what he did there, but still is able to get the punish, and Sponge just wasn't able to kill that blue buff fast enough. Doesn't even secure it, by the way, so dies and doesn't even get the buff.
Yeah. And obviously, the buff would have gone on to Faker if he had have secured it, so almost in a weird way could have been good if Sponge picked it up, so that then the Rise would be able to get a lot of extra money, as Pleta could just be dead here. Pays picks it up, and Scout is almost dead as well. Sponge looking to try and get his revenge, though, and Scout will be able to make it to relative safety. Owner moving in, though. That means that Faker is going to survive. Scout needs to be a little careful, but will be able to just secure this cannon and get himself out of there. Already T1, though, 1.2 thousand gold in the lead, and that is 6,000 assists. So it took us just under 4 minutes, and Carrier makes it to 6K, third in the league. Only one under Lehens.
Lehens is like, it's not fair, I'm not in this game.
Yeah, he could have challenged, as Carrier is going to be moving up to second place with any sort of assistance.
Now we'll watch this play one more time here. Pleta just unfortunately too far forward. Carrier sets this one up, and it's Ash Seraphine, pretty simple. And a Scout does get chunked down here. Survives with 3 HP.
Oh, 3
HP.
And that's why you drink your potions, because otherwise that cast minion auto would have taken him down.
So pretty crazy there. As Kingen is trying to continue to apply the pressure here on this Ambessa. Definitely prefer this to the Jace, because I think the Ambessa does so much more in team fights. Like, we used to think about Jace as like, oh, late game he does a lot because he can shock blast. If he doesn't shock blast the Scion, it's totally fine. But Ambessa just kind of runs through the whole team and does damage no matter what.
Also wins in the side lane, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think Jace ever does. I mean, yes, there has been like the Black Cleaver build that does get through tanks a little bit better, you could say, but I mean, I don't think it'll ever make Jace really that good as a tank buster, and Kingen on this Ambessa should have a little bit of a better chance at making that happen later on into the game. And also, we'll be able to fight very well in the mid-game, plus the follow-up like you were talking about with Scout finding these Destiny Gate angles, and then Kingen with Public Execution should be able to follow up pretty nicely in a lot of these fights. You can understand what Nongshim's comp wants to do. Unfortunately, I just feel like it's not as good as T1's at this point in the game right now.
Yeah. I think that the Ambessa ult nerf is something that, and this is kind of my personal take, it feels like a lot of the missed ults we've seen are because players just haven't yet adjusted, because they played so many Ambessa games, to the timing, and they kind of just whiff it because of that. And if they had adjusted, you know, they would have been like, okay, I can't actually hit this one. I have to wait a little longer, wait for some more CC, or wait for him to get to a smaller choke point, for example, where I can hit this guaranteed, because they just try to do as fast as possible sometimes, and it just gets walked so many times. It's kind of crazy. Yep. I think that we'll eventually see players get better at it, but I think that as someone commentating pro games, I wish they didn't nerf it, because she was already having a tough time, Atlas.
Yeah, I don't think it was all that warranted. Maybe she was a bit of a menace in solo queue, and being able to help with that is generally a good idea. Still, Nongshim looking to try and defend their blue buff here, as Diablo will be getting back towards the wave by the looks of things. That might mean that they are just going to give this one up. Sponge might actually have trouble getting this Gromp as well, as the beat drop is going to come on through. Flag and Drag does get Sponge out of there.
Faker is starting to generate a pretty massive lead over Scout here, despite obviously the Twisted Fate passive. He has the extra kill. It was First Blood. And so, you know, even though neither of these mid laners explode on like a first item component or anything like that, you could see that the Rise is going to be a little bit accelerated here in this game. When he starts to build up experience lead like he has right now, then can really start to put the pressure on in. We do see a TF ult.
Yeah, in goes Scout, and there's no flash on Pays as well, so he's not getting out of the Cataclysm. A very dead Ashe here. Nongshim are on the board.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Pays doesn't have flash here, so there isn't a whole lot of outplay he can make once he's in range of that gold card coming through. But maybe a bit more communication from Faker could have prevented this situation. But it's a really good read here from Scout. Gets down and helps set that one up. So perhaps a caster blessing of the TF in this case.
Yeah, perhaps. That's almost a steal away here for Owner, who now has Flash on cooldown. He's not getting out of here unless they can fight their way out. True Shot Barrage to take down Carrier, but it's traded immediately as Sponge will go down. Realm Warp looking for Diablo as well as he flashes to get himself out of the way. No Root is going to help peel for that. And that is a dead Diablo and another kill over to Faker.
I think this is a great utilization of Faker's ult advantage in this moment. Even though it wasn't how the fight started out, I think T1 knew, and they were able to shot call very quickly. Like, we get contestants, we might get the steals. We're going to go back here to the Destiny Gate, and actually looking at the angle he took here a little bit more closely, it was pretty difficult to actually expect this was going to happen. Faker was coming down as well, but now they're like, okay, he doesn't have that.
Oh, down to 3 HP, by the way. Slightly early spot.
Yeah, so he almost gets the steal. Faker has Prio, and he has Realm Warp, and the Twisted Fate actually cannot ult in to flank or to really support here, so they can chase deep like this, and I think that's the crux behind the decision to go in here, knowing how split Nongshim were. And Faker picks up a second kill on this TF.
Whoa.
Or sorry, on this Rise.
That is a little bit of a whiffed arrow there, unfortunately, for Pays, but luckily for Nongshim, they are able to keep themselves alive. Obviously, Diablo needs to rely on his Arcane Shift to stay safe in this lane, with now the Flash being down. And having a look at where the money's at, Owner is really doing well so far in this game. Will have his Sundered Sky pretty quickly, as there is some Void Grubs taken here by Sponge. At least he's able to get that against the flow of play. And Sion just going to spark Farm Alarm as he heads back towards the top side in order to take all of these minions. Doran having a bit of a slow one so far. Just trying to hold King at bay as best he can. Beat Drop does come on through though. There's the Encore connecting onto Diablo. And Pays just needs another auto or two. The barrier does come on through though to keep him alive. And now Owner is dead. Scout going to collect that one. And Diablo able to get himself home.
Yeah, I was watching that on the minimap. It looked not good for T1 because they just did not have any way for Doran to join that skirmish. As another true shot.
Yeah, Pop Blossom is going to come through here as well as Pays is just put down by Pleta. And now looking for even more, and Sponge making his way through should mean that Carrier is just dead. Just plonks him on the noggin. So this that is now Nongshim with a kill lead.
Yeah, this game is very close right now, and T1 are playing pretty fast and loose, trying to play aggressively on both sides of the map. Something's got to give, as I'm sure we'll get a replay of what happened there in the jungle, but Owner went towards the Raptors to try to contest with the prio that Faker had there, but Doran, as you mentioned, just used his ultimate to go back to the lane. Kingen was able to actually rotate over there faster. So see how this one eventuates. Look at where Kingen is on the minimap while this is being challenged. I think this is just pure greed out of Owner. Despite the fact that Faker is here faster, the Investa comes over, hits the ultimate, Scout is able to show up. Sponge can buy so much time here with the Cataclysm, and Faker just doesn't have the damage to secure anything back on the other side. And then here, great play from Pleta. Gets the double knock up here, and Diablo stays even though he's low, because that's who he is. He likes to play on the edge. They're calling he's got no flash, and he just tells Sponge to take the kill, and he does.
Yeah, take the kill. No flash, no flash. Just go and kill him. And that is precisely what they did. And man, I asked for it earlier on before the game. Make Orcs' life easy by giving us some good things to talk about as far as Pleta is concerned. And already, this Nico sitting on 2-1 and 2. Stole away that first kill, which is not exactly the greatest here, but 4 out of 5 as far as kill participation, looking absolutely fantastic here on this bottom side. And we were going to say that this was going to be the difficult lane, right? And so far, Nongshim, very competitive. And Diablo, working towards that first item, should have that 2-item spike relatively soon. And that is going to be when Nongshim really come online. Especially because Scout is getting towards a second item as well, right? That Lichbane, the Rapid Fire Cannon should be coming in relatively soon. And that's when Nongshim's comp really does start to work.
Okay, there is Sponge in the vicinity here. They're going to try to punish him, but no route to connect, so he should be able to clear that and get out. Scout has this blast cone they're just trying to operate around, but there are 4 T1 members down here, and Diablo did complete his back to buy his Trinity Force, so Nongshim do play respectfully as they should. No flashes are forced, as Faker's still generating a pretty significant, I mean, it's a hefty CS lead he's got right now, so much so that the passive of the TF has not given him a gold lead here.
Yeah, Wind becomes lightning here, though, from Owner, as Faker lying in wait in that fog of war. Looks like Sponge not going to take the bait this time, as Carrier walking on vision. Diablo just going to move back towards the wave.
No Cole complete here for Pays. See if what he can buy on this back, as he is actually going to be stopped.
Yeah, Sponge actually able to stop him there. Is now Scout looking for a little bit of an angle. There is the encore. Doesn't quite work out there as they were looking for Sponge, in fact, as Owner is now taking a lot. Sponge flashes out of the way, very close to dead. And the Pop Blossom is going to connect onto 3. Scout will be going down though as Faker finds that 1v1. And now Owner gets his revenge. Win doesn't become lightning onto Diablo, but I think it's going to be just fine here for T1 as they find a phenomenal team fight just before the Drake.
God, Diablo is insane, by the way. He is not going to get this kill, but he's got True Shot. Maybe he actually does? No way, he actually lines it up, right?
Surely not.
He's like, Owner definitely does Dragon here. Hold on. He's on vision, so they will see it, and he's just not even going to commit.
All right, not going to throw it out just yet.
Maybe he's trying to steal the Dragon with it. Obviously, it would be low information he has. It's very tricky to make this call. He goes for it.
Yep, True Shot Barrage does come on through there. Just going to help Owner out, and he will be able to secure it. Obviously, stealing things away from a Smite has become a whole lot difficult. A whole lot more difficult.
Watch this from Keria.
Little while.
By the way, he is able to get this Destiny. Like, he flashes to get the Charm.
Oh, he actually gets it onto Scout. I didn't even see it onto Scout.
He flashes to get it onto Scout as he's Destinying in, and then hits the follow-up route on the other side of the fight. Like, Keria is carrying both sides of the skirmish right now. Hits a follow-up here onto Pleta as well. If Owner hits that, when it becomes lightning, Diablo is likely dead. And man, T1, they know how to scrap. They know how to apply that pressure with the prio they have with this Ashe Seraphine, and they are just pulling further and further ahead. 2.2k the lead, despite some great moments for Nongshim in this game.
Yeah, Nongshim actually have been able to find some of those things that we can speak positively about. So definitely an upgrade from T1's most recent series that was yesterday. Still, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's so difficult to play into Xin Zhao, Ashe, Seraphine on the best of days, and already they got off to a great start. And Pays has just looked better and better on this Ashe, and he is now 2-2-2, but he has a little bit of a CS lead and also 1,000 gold in the lead as well. So he's taken a couple of plates towards the bottom side.
He has big
made a bit of extra money
to fill, right, with Guma being the previous Ashe player on this roster, and it's good to see that he's able to really hit his full strides now on this pick. Not to say he was playing badly on it before, but it just wasn't hitting the same as it is now. And T1 are playing through that pressure incredibly well. Feels nostalgic almost in a lot of ways to see this Ashe lane just dominate and to see T1 just constantly play through a Rise mid pick. It's classic.
Yeah, Sponge in a little bit of trouble here as the arrow is going to connect. Owner finds the audacious charge and will just take down his Demacian Prince. And now should be a Rift Herald going over to T1 as well. No Smite available on Nongshim. And that lead is only going to extend further. Oh dear. It was looking so good until it wasn't. That Pop Blossom also going to go in that category as Pleta doesn't quite find it. Does get the flash out of Pays though. That is going to be important as that gate was not important. Scout goes about 2 meters with that one just to pick up a wave.
Yeah, he basically looked like he was opening the gate to see if the newspaper arrived, and he was like, I guess not. Closed the gate right away.
There was some news that he really wanted to get.
His Nintendo Power Magazine's not coming today, I guess. As we do have Kingen on this crazy flank. Will be spotted, though, so he's actually just going to get delayed on his back. And look at the Faker push topside. There is no answer, like, at all. They're going to get maybe that whole turret. Sponge alone isn't going to be able to deal with this. And Kingen doesn't have TP because he went for that flank. So Faker's just like, thanks for the money, man.
Yeah.
I'm robbing you blind.
And that cannon just going to go to the wayside. Sponge just going to prioritize his camps. And, yeah, that means the Nongshim fall to about 3.4k behind.
That's going to get even bigger if they do complete that topside turret. Scout does have TP, so he comes up there to defend it, but it's lost a lot of its plates.
And Pays now has 2 items complete. Diablo not quite there yet. And the Hex Optics and the Phantom Dancer makes this Ashe very, very scary as she looks to kite around these Nongshim members. And yeah, there is a bit of range in this squad, but if it's Kingen that's trying to get on top of him, yes, he has a whole bunch of dashes, so maybe Pays can outplay that with the items that he now has put together.
This comp has so many peel tools is the other problem. I mean, that's what happens with Ashe Seraphine, right? As Seraphine can engage, but also just keeps your Ashe safe, but you have a Scion, you have a massively fed Xin in your corner as well, and its owner piloting it. As you can see here, he's utilizing that advantage quite confidently at the moment. So it's really hard to kill Pays in any situation. Look at the boots of choice here for Diablo. You know, he's got his carry pants on. He knows what he's got to do.
The gluten is coming out as now Carrier. Oh, the flash actually towards Pays here as they do look to capitalize on that lack of flash, but unfortunately, it just does not work. Doran going to show up here as well as Kingin going to be held in position and wiped out. Ona is dealing with Scout towards the north of the fight, and Pleta and Diablo now just wondering what the heck they're supposed to do. Ona flashes in the end as Diablo gets out of the way of the wind becomes lightning, but T1, they should be able to deal with this outer turret. The gold lead is just going to explode, and it looks like their form from yesterday has carried over.
Isn't it crazy when you sometimes when you say something on a cast, it just comes true right afterwards? You're like, they've got a lot of appeal for him. I don't think they can get on him. And Nongshim was like, oh yeah, let's see. And yeah, I mean, the Seraphine's there, right? That's the crux of this, is when you fall behind, this comp is so oppressive, and it is so strong early as well. That's why Ash Seraphine is just shouldn't be given over. Look at this engage. Curry is just like, nah. By the way, also hit Scout again on the Destiny. Like, he is doing so much work, and Pays is just like, well, I guess go kill them. Thanks for the help, guys. I don't have enough health to really follow, but you got this. Owner's red buff ticks away, so he has to commit the flash here, but he does end up getting the kill there as well. And it looked like this game might have been interesting early.
Yeah.
But it has really changed the game state quite a bit. It is looking a little bit less like I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think I do know what's going to happen to Sponge here.
I think Sponge may find Carrier and then go away because T1 are a little bit too frightening. They didn't have the information as to where the other members were, so they will just be backing away.
Look at Faker's experience compared to Scout. He is 2 levels up.
Oh my goodness.
He has been spending so much time in the side lanes, but he's been roaming to fights and picking up kills. So he's got the gold lead and the XP lead. And that turret on the top side is, I think, where T1's next focus is going to be, because if they take that off the map, there's so much more power around this spawning Baron. And, you know, surprise, surprise, T1 with a 5.5k gold lead got their eyes on it with an Ashe that is getting closer to that third item.
Yeah, Infinity Edge on the way. Does still have the remnants of his cull there as well that did cash in. But the largest lead on the Rift is Ona. He is going to be very difficult to deal with as the Destiny does come on through. Scout not really using it for much as the arrow is going to sail by. Does look fantastic, but doesn't get a lot done as there's the flash encore. Great flag and drag there from Sponge to make sure that he's able to get himself out. Carrier going to give the good old deft thumbs up as he doesn't quite find the engage.
If they get that kill, they might actually be able to do Baron on spawn. For real. So I think that was the thought process behind Carrier's flash engage there, but Sponge had an amazing flag and drag to buffer, and he gets away. The aim of Carrier in this game has been out of control good, but still, he is able to escape. And Baron's not on the cards, but they get the turret on the top side, and this gold lead continues to sit half towards 6k.
Yeah, this is, it's still looking like a bit of a rough one here for Nongshim, because their composition also really wants to be playing from ahead at this stage. Obviously, all compositions do, but this one doesn't really function all that well without having that added advantage. I think stacking up some dragons would have been really good for them as well, but that's also not on the cards, as there is 3 minutes until this next Infernal, and that'll be soul point for T1 if they are able to get it. And the map has just become really, really small, and that's what Nongshim wants to be playing around. They want to be playing around map control that they just don't have.
Yeah, they really don't, and we talked about it in the draft, like their Twisted Fate can't do much here. As you could see, they're just going to walk up with Seraphine, and Owner is like, I don't care if I lose half my health bar, I'm going to get it right back.
Well, now a potential angle here as Owner will need to Crescent Guard. So that's a decent cooldown that Nongshim have gathered for themselves. They are looking antsy. They want to start something, but they're just not quite able to find it. As now Kingin looking to do battle with Doran here. I saw a level disadvantage, and it takes a while to get through him.
Okay, here comes a really optimistic TF and ult.
Yeah, Scout is just going to get turned on here by Pays. Does actually make it out. No! Calculated there on the red buff tick. As Pays now throws the arrow out, and the Arcane Shift isn't going to be enough to get Diablo out of it. It's a triple here for Pays as he's on the warpath looking for even more. Kingin will not find the public execution, but he might find the pentakill here for Pays, who picks it up at 22 minutes in game number 1.
All right. That'll put a cap on this one. As Owner's already starting up the Baron.
Yep.
Okay, well, 10,000 gold lead here at 22. We are very much in a GG territory here, as Faker's also just not even needed to take this Baron with the full ace by Pays. Doran was not there the initial part of the fight, and I thought, okay, something weird happened the side lane, because I saw his position was like past the inner turret, and then Kingen was chasing him down. It just doesn't really matter, as this is a bit puzzling to me, because it's an Ashe Seraphine that you're trying to engage on. And by the way, Scout survived with 3 HP once this game. It would have been criminal if he got away a second time. Pays gets that kill. Doran is able to match the TP here somehow. And then this shift is a problem. But once Diablo's gone, they're like, oh, we go all the way to the fountain to get these kills. There's just nothing you could do. Kingen misses the ultimate, but I don't know how much that really would have mattered. But Ashe isn't letting you get away. Too sticky. The slows connect. He gets the penta. It was really well set up by the rest of his squad, but he'll be the one who gets the big fancy icon, as here comes Diablo.
Yep, doesn't quite get the value there, as the Pop Blossom only connects onto Ona as a response. Still, Train coming on through here. Scout takes so much damage from Doran. That was half of his health bar from an ult. What the heck? As Carrier tries to go for the extension there, Scout's health bar is not looking long for the world, as Faker is doing so much damage. Realm Warp comes in. That's going to zone Diablo away from his base. And now Ona looks to try and take down this Ezreal. It looks like T1 are going to be focused on this turret for the moment, as somehow a siege minion got in behind the inhibitor thanks to the Realm Warp. That's very, very cute. But with Baron, I mean, this might just be the end of the game. Scout and Sponge still dead for a little while longer. The rest of Nongshim going to have to find something to get rid of T1 from their Nexus turrets. As Doran tanking up 2 of them, I don't know about that one, as now Diablo is in the fountain, and Pays doesn't care. Takes down Pleta first, and is now looking to turn the damage. Kingen is his next target. Sponge is not flag and dragging in any successful way right now, as Doran suicides onto the fountain, and T1 will take down the first Nexus of the series.
T1 have truly found that consistent form that we were waiting for. We saw some early struggles at the beginning of this year. We saw individual underperformances of the solo laners. It was Carrier who was always consistent, though, even in some of Owner's struggle games. But now when everybody's playing well and they're playing through these globals for Faker, they are so oppressive. I mean, I loved, first of all, the team fight they took after Scout was able to get that kill bottom side, didn't have his ult, and they were forced that dragon fight. That's the T1 we know. Like, Owner's over the wall, almost gets the steal. What was it, 30 health? He's so close to getting the steal, but they're looking for more than the dragon. They're looking for the fight. There is just so much confidence this team is oozing right now. And yes, Faker did a bajillion damage in those final moments, but Pays was doing it all game long. He ends up with 24k, highest in the server.
Yeah, and almost double that of the enemy Ezreal, and that really does tell a story. Oftentimes, Ashe isn't necessarily the damage leader, but in this game, he absolutely was, and it's very similar to yesterday. And it kind of makes me feel like Nongshim could have done with reviewing what we saw out of T1, because that first core of the Xin, Ashe, Seraphine is so dangerous. Thankfully, it's fearless, so in the next game, they won't have it. The Space going to break this one down right after this break. We'll see you soon.
잠깐 한번 써볼게. 한번 써볼게 여기.
프리스 오케이.
이지 노플, 이지 노플.
오케이.
그렇게 해.
스페도 올수 있고.
야, 나 쪼이스 있어 위에.
밀어보자. 바로 만나.
스페 오케이, 스페.
해 났나?
몸 대줄래? 안 됐어.
나 라인 살리러 갈게. 미드.
미드 갔다.
왜 이렇게 세?
나 라이즈 때.
미드 하면 돼.
펜타 한 번 더 하든가.
라이즈 펜타? 라이즈 펜타?
아, 저 봐.
진짜인데?
라이즈 펜타. 펜타. 아닐 것 같아.
아래.
안 돼.
아래면 펜타인데.
아닌 것 같아. 야, 라인 없다.
끝내자 이거. 가자.
나 더블
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space. Now earlier when we flew our predictions, we did have a mistake that we wanted to correct. Originally said that he wanted to go with Gen G, then he flip-flopped to T1, then he went back to Gen G, so he is going with Gen G. So we wanted to get that correct so that can make fun of our new guest.
Something I will say is he made this change before the start of the week, so it's not an official flip-flop. Okay, it's defendable. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, until the start of the day, you're allowed to, if you want to adjust your submissions, you can. And then there was just a communication breakdown. This wasn't a Prince moment, you know, when he flip-flopped.
No.
So he's okay. He's not in trouble.
All right. Now that we got that squared away, let's focus back on up to T1 taking game number 1 here over Nongshim. And it wasn't easy in the early game. Nongshim came out to play, but eventually, as you guys said, the draft was a little too greedy here from Nongshim.
I mean, I think it's just not us saying after the draft, like, this game is over. I mean, also the chat, everyone worldwide, you know, could clearly see that the draft gap was huge. I think they could get everything that they wanted. I mean, I think Nongshim right now, yeah, for sure, in their theory, they think that Ezreal Nico wins against Ash Seraphine, so they have like great bot lane matchup, and also on top of that you have the TF and Durban to help it out. But I don't think that's how it works. We could see like from the last weeks and stuff, like it never happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Ash Seraphine matchup is heavily favored against Ezreal Nico. The Ezreal Nico needs to play it so well to even have a fighting chance. The fact that the Jarvan Nico TF combo is like the only selling point that is going to put pressure on the enemy bot lane. But you have a mid laner who can match TF, who's going to scale really well. You have Sign in the top lane who can hold off the Ambess, who scales really well. This core of the Ash Seraphine Xin Zhao is super powerful. It feels like it's a composition that has pressure in lane, but also outscales later. And unfortunately for Nongshim, things started to go wrong pretty early on. We see here, Ono goes in for the attempted Dragon Steal, but a lot of damage is focused down here onto the Seraphine. They're just not able to disengage from the situation and end up losing more members.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think even before this, even Sponge didn't have the moment, correct moment. I think he got kind of forced to do something in the early game because the draft was kind of like unplayable after the early game. So he did invade the blue side camp, but instantly the reaction from Faker and Owner was great. So he kind of started off really bad from the early game, but at the end, like he also didn't have a great moment around the Drake.
Yeah, it really felt like T1 was very much in sync in terms of the plays that they wanted to do and the reactions with what we just saw there. And then second one here after the Drake.
So this was an example where they're trying to get into this Ash Seraphine. Great peel here, self-peel from Carrier with the ult flash. And that completely disrupts the TF from able to do anything. You see Sponge just gets completely pushed out of this by the Xin Zhao. And although Pada manages to get 3 people with the ultimate to slow down the play, he goes down, there's no follow-up. Then Sponge goes down as well. And it just feels like T1's so much cleaner. And the defensive approach there, you know, Carrier being able to react to the engage, not even letting the Cataclysm be used there, really just shows the struggles Nongshim are having against such a strong team.
Yeah, anytime you get to see a reverse encore, something like that, that was pretty awesome to watch. And then finally, the exclamation point here, it was the time where we get to say for the first time in the LCK, thank you so much, Gillette. It's our first pentakill here, and it comes on the hands of Paze.
I mean, it was optimistic ultimate engaged by Scout here. He didn't even look for Ash here because he knew that he can't reach here. But look at the angle from Paze here. The arrow hits directly into Ezreal, and now all he had to do is clean up the targets for the Zillet clean pentakill.
I mean, this was, you know, Paze playing it really well, but the team also setting him up, moving forward as a unit and not letting anyone escape. And I think Nongshim, just a lot of these engages seemed half-hearted. You know, I think Sponge really struggled in this game.
Wait. Don't do that, you know? Oh, man, it hurts.
Moving fan signs leading to great entertainment, just like that man playing on Ash. We'll see what he does here for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yes, a little bit of a smashing here for T1 in our first game out. But, you know, we have seen turnarounds after destruction in a game 1, right?
Yeah.
And Nongshim could theoretically do it. Hopefully they are able to get back on the horse.
Now, we have not really seen that this season very many times at all here in the LCK. The turnarounds haven't really been happening.
Wait.
But Hanwha did it after they got destroyed by Kiwo.
And also, D+ did it after they got destroyed by Hanwha yesterday.
True.
So,
That's
like,
true.
These things can sometimes happen.
They do officially occur, and in fact, occurred almost twice in a row as mystery. What does it mean?
It means someone has not made it to the stage yet. And that means that Wolf...
It's okay. No, it's
never
okay.
mind. Scout made it just in time.
It's
Just
okay
in
because the
nick of
draft
time.
didn't start. It wasn't a pause. I'm actually okay with this. You know, he used his bathroom time well.
Yeah, he didn't use his overtime.
Yeah, no,
So
he's totally
okay.
totally clean. No even warning here.
I have to say that he is cutting it fine, though.
He did cut it close, but like that's bathroom efficiency right there. You know, maybe he actually made a call real quick as well.
Optimization, you know, he made sure that he went through all the replays first. He's like, I have exactly this amount of time, and nailed it.
Yeah, he like checked his stocks. He made a quick phone call to his cousin real quick because he forgot to call him back this morning. Went to the bathroom, washed his hands to an appropriate degree, right? Got very clean and then came back. I think that's very respectable from the world's MVP.
I didn't know that you were following him that closely because I didn't know about the cousin call.
I think the timing lines up. I mean, that's my prediction based on the timing, you know?
All right.
It was a quick chat.
Wolf actually has a lot of bathroom templates. You can go through them over on his Twitter. Now it is time for us to get into the draft for game number 2. Nongshim Red Force have now moved over to the blue side. T1 do have first pick here on red, as there is the Varus to be taken away. I imagine Rumble and the Karma and an Orianna, and then we'll see.
Yeah. Commenting the first phase of bans is like, it's kind of like, we should move beyond it, you know?
Yeah, we should honestly talk more about bathroom breaks. I think we don't really need to delve into this one. That's odd.
Because Xin was already played. That's pretty unusual. Sion was also already played.
Yeah, do they want to blind pick another random tank? I'm a bit confused.
Maybe this is T1 saying, Doran's on tank duty now, and we like this. We like to play through the bottom side of the map like classic T1. It worked really well in the last game.
It might be a Pantheon thing. Trundle has been pretty good into that pick in the past as well.
I mean, Misfortune doesn't like it very much, I guess, as well.
That's another one.
We will see the Orianna and the Karma. First pick is T1's. I think Rumble will be the third ban for Nongshim Red Force here.
We need a Bard ban. So that should be the final one. And now T1, they can take away the Rumble if they would like.
Yeah, they can do that. Or they can try to get Doran the Rumble pick if the Bard gets banned by Nongshim Red Force, and they can kind of keep them off. So I actually really like the Nocturne ban. I thought maybe they would ban Lee Sin, but Nocturne also similar in terms of power level right now, even without the Orianna. The Aurora is still available.
Yep.
I think I would prefer them to ban Bard, to be honest. I would rather play against Doran's Rumble than Keриa's Bard if I am Nongshim Red Force.
I agree with you.
And I know that I wouldn't say that about other teams, but against this team, okay, they want to trade it. They want to get Pleta the opportunity to potentially play Bard here.
Well, I mean, a Bard first pick in trade for Kingan's Rumble doesn't sound like a bad idea. And otherwise, you do get the Caitlyn Bard or something like that.
The Rumble is somewhat weakened by the Vi ban as well. I think you still take Bard if you're T1.
There's also no Jarvan, which is another favorite of the Rumble. So, like you say...
Notice all cameras on Keria, because he's the one who gets to choose.
Yep. I do think that they
he's
should
made his choice.
Oh, never mind. It's going to be the Lucian. So, Lucian into a likely Bard lane.
It's a Caitlyn Bard situation, I think, versus Lucian.
Mean, don't you just lock in Bard Rumble and just say thank you for the tier list?
Yeah, I think that's probably what you do, and then you grab the Caitlyn on 3.
Well, the Rumble is a no-brainer. It's Kingen, right? He absolutely loves his champion. Doesn't get a chance to play it very often.
I mean, Bard can have some synergy with the Rumble, depending on how well you time your ultimates together. Can actually be incredibly powerful. This was not what I expected. This is not what I enjoy.
That is not on my bingo card. So Pantheon going to be the lock. And then you have to lock Rumble, like, please.
I guess they don't have to get Bard here because Lucian's probably not going to want to lane with the Bard.
Yeah.
So that part is okay, but you're not going to get everything you wanted here. Like, you'll lose the Caitlyn. So I feel like the Pantheon was not necessary in this situation. Now, the Emilio is 100% coming through here for Keria.
I mean, Milio Galio, just the EOs should just come on through. Galio, great counter into the Rumble, but theoretically can be flexed anyway if you would like to play something else.
Doran.
Faker is a pretty good Galio player.
Doran just played it into the Rumble matchup top. So I think there's a decent chance that comes through. Instead, they're going to opt for the Cassante counter pick, as Owner is just going to get the short straw here, unfortunately, in terms of getting his pick. Will be thinned out a little bit further here. Unless Keria is like, I can play anything with Lucian. I don't think that's wise. I think this is the better choice.
Yeah, we did see the Lucian Alistair earlier on. I'm not a huge fan of that one.
Are they going to try to do something tricky? They just don't get the Bard at all, and they're going to play some sort of Pike lane, or they're going to try to play, you know, something else down here, like Lulu lane. That's the only other thing that comes to mind. Because if you get just Bard here, it doesn't feel that powerful because the lane partners are going to be taken away, which is why I think you should have dropped the Pantheon. Either way, they'll actually just grab the Victor here for Scout, and it's a top side where things are a little bit more up in the air. I do like this more, again, than just locking away one half of your bottom duo.
Yeah, I don't mind it, and they will be able to at least grab an AD carry after this, and then counter pick for Pleta. But I guess they can already see the Lucian Milio, so it's not as much of a big deal. Scout is a fantastic Victor player, though. Here's another one that's sort of on the list. We've seen Showmaker really popping off on this champ more recently, and so this is really going to fit in. Also, they just have so much AoE and stuff all over the ground. That's going to be pretty powerful. Is Caitlyn going to be taken away here from Diablo? And there is the Skarner ban from Owner as well.
The only other pick I can think about in the AD carry role here that might be able to go toe-to-toe but would be very tough is like a Kalista lane. But I just don't think that I would want that in this draft here. So they can just ban Bard if they're worried about it in any sense. But now that the Caitlyn's gone, you're like less worried. The Lulu makes sense because that's what I was thinking this draft was going to be forced ahead. But there's not a great front line for this, for any sort of Yunara Lulu team fighting later on. So we're just going to go Corki, I suppose, and it might just be a Corki Nami lane.
Corki Nami could work. Corki Bard would also be a combination that you could run.
Is Faker just going to play Azir?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of feel like that might be where we're headed.
I think he absolutely could.
Because he's really good at Azir versus Victor, the matchup. Victor pretty immobile. It's a good matchup for the Azir to punish the Victor. He's been liking this one a little bit more, though.
Yeah, that is a different option. And then do we just get the Wukong from Owner as well? I mean, that's something that we have seen cropping up more and more recently. Does give them a bit of AoE in some team fights as well. But he might opt to cook a little bit more than that.
He could play Nafiri here.
That'd be fun.
I think it's pretty good into this draft. Can kind of circumvent the Pantheon.
Yeah, Owner is...
He's laughing.
I think they are throwing out some suggestions.
It's just going to be the Wukong.
It's just the Wukong.
He's not cooking.
Yeah, sorry guys. I think I must have willed that into existence. As Pleta going to go with the Nami in the end. This is a champion that he has found a fair bit of success on in the past, so it does make some sense there. But having a Bard go all the way through the draft is kind of a crazy thing.
I don't like this matchup for the Corki Nami because the Milio Fire Kick is so much easier to set up than the bubble. And if you try to bubble, Lucian just dashes past it towards you, and it's like, I'm winning. And then the campfire comes out, and it is so hard to win those trades. Now, it is a pretty easy barrier choice for the Corki in this game. There's not a lot of CC that he's going to be super worried about. In fact, really none at all in this draft that he could cleanse. So do you think that that's going to be a power point? At least he'll have the summoner equivalence here into this Lucian lane, but I am just so worried about the insane mid-game power that T1 have with this draft. The scaling on the other side is really huge here on the side of Nongshim, so if they can survive the early game, it's going to be great, but not a whole lot of teams survive the early game against T1 right now.
It is a difficult point. However, they will have push in at least their solo lanes. I think Kokinami could manage to make something happen, and Pantheon can gank early. So there are some options that they can play around. The problem is the nameplates are the biggest issue here, in my opinion. Not to mention when you get to team fights, like you say, T1's composition just looks very, very scary. And we know Paze is on an absolute tear at the moment. Lucian Melio is cream of the crop. Let's get into the rift, see whether it works in game number 2. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the rift for game number 2, as Faker is already backflipping on Scout. And Paze taking a little bit of damage from Diablo, who's just Gatling gunning around. There is some heals thrown out. I feel like Pleta didn't get any value for his, though.
No, he did not. So 2 lanes are ruined at level 1. Oof.
Well, some Ardent Blaze damage to come on through here as we're going to pan away. And Owner is just going to look to try and contest Sponge on his Raptor Cam. I'm not sure about that one, but let's see who's going to win the level 1. As Scout is rotating over, and Owner is going to have to turn tail.
He's going to have to call Faker. Faker, please.
Yeah. The Blast Cone going to cause some shenanigans here, as Owner is definitely dead. It's just who's going to kill him. That's the question. Flash over from Scout, and he will be able to collect that first blood.
Man, he almost got a kill back.
Yeah, that
would
was
have been illegal. That would have been crazy. His auto attack speed just a little bit too slow there. But a flash had to be used by Scout to help secure that kill. He does pick up the kill, which is important.
Also misses out on a decent amount of experience in the mid lane as well. So, yes, he manages to get first blood, but it's still possibly dangerous. Oh, God, are we going to have a dead?
Nah, he's fine.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine.
Pet power.
Yeah, that's like Doran's over the other side of the map. He's like, no, man, that's my thing. How dare you? The Krug Lord himself. He is the only one that is allowed to give Krugs kills. They would not stay in line unless it was him.
That's why he's the Lord.
Indeed. Carrier is going to get zoned out here momentarily as Paze went on back home.
Yeah, not sure exactly how this happened, as a nice little barrier here from Diablo allowed him to complete his recall, because we were watching that big scuffle, but definitely a trade went a little wrong for Paze and Carrier there, and they ended up having an awkward back timing. As you can see, a little bit behind in experience. Baker's 1-0 on this Akali pick, but it feels like he's played it more than that. That one game was pretty insane.
Yep. Kind of crazy that Scout hasn't played the Victor yet, as he has been known for this champion for quite some time. So not only just hasn't had an opportunity to play it so far in the LCK, certainly put in a lot of miles over in the LPL. As we do have Owner making his way back onto the other side of the map
This
now.
stat feels kind of fake because Showmaker popped off on both of his Victor games and wasn't able to win. Like, Victor looks incredibly strong right now. I think that stat line, you look at the player names and the situations that are there, and it's kind of a tricky one.
I would agree. And also, some of them are from a bit earlier on as well. I feel like he's come into his own more recently.
Absolutely agree.
So maybe you can ignore the Loki numbers and stuff like that.
Okay, we're going to see a TP here from Doran. Kingan's going to secure his back. And the game will slow down a little bit after that. Very aggressive play from Owner early. He is maybe going to get a little bit of value here in just camping this blue buff, as the wave timing means that there's no real roam for Scout. He's going to have to drop so much if he actually comes over. He's already 10 CS down, and they will secure this.
And Faker actually just comes over to support Owner, slinks into the Fog of War, makes sure that he's able to take it. And Sponge, realizing that there was no mid lane there, wasn't actually able to contest. So pretty cute, just comes on over, takes the buff away. Nongshim still have a decent gold advantage though, largely based on that first blood, as we know already, but the bottom lane doing just fine, top lane doing just fine. As Diablo taking a lot of damage here. Sponge coming in at exactly the right moment, but Diablo might just be dead. So close to being wiped out as the flash from Carrier will be able to pick it up. He does get traded immediately, but that means Diablo is not there to pick up this wave.
Exactly, that's the main part of it. That's a great call from Carrier. This wave and the experience will be denied. And they knew that Diablo didn't have barrier because he used it to complete his recall moments before. So they track that summoner. Paze knows he has the damage there, and he almost gets the kill. But Carrier's like, look, my flash is worth it in this situation. I'm Emilio, and I'm going to go in there. I'm going to grab that kill. He does pick it up there. Assist goes to Paze, but like you're saying, now the wave state here, or rather the CS state, back in Paze's favor.
Yeah, well, Bubble is going to get a relentless pursuit out of Pays at least. But still, he's going to be absolutely fine. Something you mentioned earlier on, you can always just kind of dash the bubble, and you're going to be fine.
Now, sometimes you can place a bubble where you predict a dash, and the dash can kind of backfire that way. But if you wait, if you're patient, it does work out. As Pays knows he has barrier advantage here. They're a little bit worried about Sponge, but they're like, okay, I think we have the damage. And without Keria Splash here, they did not. But he commits it. Sponge will pick up the kill, so it's not without a backside to it, or a what's the word I'm looking for, without any negatives here. Like, the flash was expended, the kill goes over to the Pantheon, so it wasn't a complete win for T1. They are still behind in gold, but it does fix the Lucian game state a little bit here.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Still, Nongshim pretty happy with how this early game has gone so far. And with Kingen on his Rumble as well, I mean, this is a champion that we haven't really been able to talk about when it comes to Kingen more recently, just because he's had that one banned against them so many times here in the LCK. Let's see whether he can actually have a powerful mid-game to put Nongshim in even better position. But Phosphorus Bomb does some work here, but Diablo is losing out on these trades, and Faker is now making a roam down.
Diablo does have both summoners, so they need to be careful about overcommitting into turret. But the wave is not in the great spot here for Diablo and Pleta. It's very awkward, in fact, for them.
Yeah, they are able to get themselves out of the way, though. Nami is pretty good at making you able to avoid stuff, but Faker just ults on in. 5-point strike comes down. There's the backflip as Faker gets on top of Diablo. Not quite enough damage. And he is able to flash his way to safety, but that will put the flash on cooldown. Pays as well. Did flash in that last exchange.
Going to lose a lot of CS for this choice as well. And Owner, I don't think without his ult here, he's very close to it, but he doesn't have it. We'll be able to follow up.
Great protection here for Nongshim as well. Sponge coming on over to make sure that they don't get dove when they are so incredibly low.
Looks like Faker ended up getting about half to 2/3 of that wave, so not as bad as I initially thought when I was looking at the minimap there, but still a heavy cost for that play. And Diablo loses his flash, though, as well, so for a follow-up with this Wukong later on, could be quite strong. In fact, does have level 6 right now. Let's see if Diablo is going to greed for this, or if they're just going to use this prio to get Dragon. Sponge is still nearby.
Yeah, just on the Krugs right now, just going to be clearing through his bottom side jungle. Might be somewhere that Owner could attack as well, as he does get a ward down. Owner moving towards this mid lane, wanting to try and challenge Scout. There are pings from Nongshim. I think they know that this is happening, as finally Owner does show on the wave. This is going to be a bit of an awkward moment, though, as Owner with the Cyclone is pretty scary, but able to create enough distance. And Scout will just walk it off. Finds a cheeky little Q there as well.
Yeah, really hard for Owner to make this work solo without Faker's help. And Faker was so low that Scout might have traded once. They just don't want to mess with it. Faker and crew had so much insane deep vision on the bottom side of the map that they were able to track that Sponge was still on the bottom side and hadn't rotated up mid, so that's where he decided to make his angle of attack. Does not work out. They do not end up getting the gank there on the Scout. They don't get his flash or anything out of that. And so Nongshim still comfortably ahead here in this game. Scout has evened up the CS. And, you know, we're looking at this composition here for Nongshim. It scales really well.
Yeah. And I'm just hoping that they can give us a competitive mid-game. I want to see, like, either side just, you know, don't get too far ahead. Give us a game. As there's a backflip from Faker. Arcane Storm does go down, and the flash comes on through. Faker finds the solo against Scout in this mid lane, and Wolf, I think maybe the pendulum has just swung back, much like our opening video, as Sponge trying to find Faker here. The Cyclone going to try and interrupt him, though, as there is the backflip, and Faker will be able to help Owner grab the kill. Oh dear, trying to kill the GOAT, always a more difficult task than you'd expect.
Yeah, it always comes at a cost even if you do get him, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes Owner is there, doesn't even have to flash to keep Faker alive. Scout's flash is down now as well, and T1, the prio they've regained in this bottom side, will also be able to secure this first dragon. In terms of elementals, it is one of the best.
Yeah, pretty powerful. There's a nice bubble to connect from Pleta, but Pays is just going to kill him in a response. Okay, well, very close to. Fire kick, just going to do a little bit of work here towards Diablo, who is desperately just hoping that he can pick up this minion wave. He might be able to do so. Phosphorus Bomb able to tidy up the wave quite efficiently at this point.
I don't think they can kill him, but they might be able to get a plate, and they're also going to annoy him. Remember, Owner just used his Cyclone moments before. Watch Faker here. So he's going to look for it. Gets the, man, that shuriken. Backflip was so clean.
Pretty perfect execution. That is a solo kill from Doran as well. Okay, penny for a replay. As I believe he may have just gone all out. And Kingen then died.
It's what Cassante often does. He isn't really known for not going all out. He doesn't really casually do things. He always does them all out. He goes all out on his attempted solo kills. This one's falling apart, Alice. But anyway,
yeah.
Let's watch how.
I appreciated the try.
No, I couldn't get out. But Doran could go all out as Kingen tries to equalize here, but this doesn't have any. Oh. He's so far away from the turret. Like there's nothing really he can do.
He just flashes over the tennis net that was put down that's made of fire.
All out is so much stronger the first time you use it now with the new Doran's helm as well. All those extra resources. But I don't think that's really the main factor there. The Q3 connects and Kingen is just stuck.
I just feel like Spectre's Cowl is so powerful, into Rumble especially, and just suits the Cassante's build path just so nicely.
Well, when you're running into both the Rumble and the Victor, it's like super obvious what you're going to build. You're just going to build a lot of MR.
Oh yeah.
No one is going to hurt you. And when you get ahead like this, I mean, the Rooker already in hand can just keep putting the pressure on.
All right, Carrier and Pays looking for a bit of an angle here. Bubble does go wide. Battle over Vision for now, but it could evolve into something else.
And this is a 2v3. There is, I mean, Owner is coming down, but he's not here yet. But they just know that Diablo has to catch that wave.
Oh, Faker going in, looking for it one more time. His Scout is just dead. Perfect execution, gets Faker out of there in the nick of time. And oh my goodness, this Akali is a problem.
2023 all over again.
Yeah. That is, yeah, not a thing a Nongshim fan wants to be watching here. 2-0-1 now, and I mean, as soon as this Akali gets unlocked from the mid lane, it's just going to be problematic. Obviously, has completed the quest already, but
he literally just TPs, baits the gravity field, and he's like, "You don't have that now. I kill you. I got the shuriken."
Yeah, now you're just dead.
It was, I mean, it just didn't look fair.
No, he used his ultimate to get out. It didn't even do damage. Like the second go of the perfect execution, he didn't even require that to execute Scout in that moment. Blackfire Torch is done for the Victor. He will do damage, but oh my goodness.
I mean, remember, Scout was the one who got first blood at like level 2 in this game.
Yeah.
And he was not able to leverage that at all into this matchup into the Akali.
I'm not going to talk about Victors being good anymore. I feel like Showmaker's baited me with some great performances.
And maybe it's just Showmaker that was good.
Yeah, maybe he's the only one that's allowed to play this champion. I mean, I know that Scout is a fantastic Victor player, though. Like, he has been in the past.
Yes. Well, that's the thing, unfortunately, for Scout we've been talking about a lot recently in terms of his narrative. Kingen a little bit less so, but still the same story, right? These two players were in their peak. It's just unbeatable. And a lot of matchups. Like, giving Rumble to Kingen sounds like a sin.
Yeah.
But he got solo killed by Doran's Cassante in this game. And I think the current form may also just be a symptom of the overarching struggles of Nongshim right now as a roster. Just no one's performing at anywhere close to their peak, and as a 5-man, it is just not working out as a result of it.
Yeah, I think Faker is definitely looking like probably the best Worlds MVP that we have in the game so far. And there are a few of them. So Nongshim going to be pushing this wave up on forward. Okay, he's taking some damage from these rockets. Oh, Ebb and Flow actually also helping out there. Good timing from Pleta. As, oh my goodness. Okay, Valkyrie does come on through. Diablo's still very strong. We'll be hitting that spike relatively soon. Actually, just gets to build the same items as the last game. Feels pretty nice. Spike kick connects onto Diablo, but Pleta is able to heal him back up again. Does have the Imperial Mandate already complete.
It's so interesting T1 have not committed to try to get that last grub or anything either. It's just not that interesting to them, not that relevant with this composition. Hayes is playing with fire here.
Yep, there is Ona coming in though, finds the Cyclone. Tidal Wave, fantastic for the disengage. However, and T1 are unable to quite find it as Faker going in onto Kingen, looking to put his Death Note together, but unfortunately not quite able to find the angle and just backflips around and has a bit of fun.
Yeah, but he didn't flash for it, and Kingen's flash was forced, so it's a huge win either way. As they're getting the Dragon now in the bottom side of the map, or at least we're thinking about it, we'll need to actually win a fight.
You just needed to hit that Raptor once. Oh my goodness, that was very depressing. He might be able to win this Smite War, though, as teleport in from Kingen looks to make his way down. Doran comes on forward. Scout looking for an angle there as well, but Faker just goes into the back line. Not sure about this one, as he is taking so much damage. Surviving for the moment, though, as finally the kill does come through. The Dragon is secured by T1, but both of the solo laners are now dead. Carrier limping away from this one, as there is the man drop from Sponge to get the flash on forward to kill the Melio.
Did Faker just, you know, Akali can't deny TPs because she doesn't have CC. Did he just time the backflip to follow? That was crazy. I think that's what
did he actually do
I think he did. I think that's how he got into that fight, which unfortunately for him put him in a pretty rough spot, and he did ultimately die. But
Hopefully we get that in the
before.
replay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I knew that that could happen. There were also some funny shenanigans that used to happen with Apprehend as well from Darius, but yeah, it probably was because it's very cool. Let's have a look at this one more time. Yeah, he does.
He follows.
He just rockets over the rift.
Woohoo! And Kingen is aware of it and is able to, obviously, with his giant shield here, absorb all the damage. And Faker is just kind of a sitting duck here, so did not really work out the way he wanted to, but he was able to join the fight. They secure the Dragon, but they do end up giving over a lot of kill gold to the side of Nongshim. Red Force here as the Pantheon looks to follow. Carrier on the wrong side of the rift here. Sponge has to flash away, but also uses that flash to secure the kill. So 3 dead for the Dragon here, as I actually forgot that this happened.
Yeah, so I guess...
so 4 dead, sorry.
Also dies. Nongshim now back in the driving seat once again. And Sponge might actually be able to grab Shelly unless T1 just decide to start a fight instead. Diablo very strong at this point in time, as Pathmaker going to deny the CC there from Doran. Tidal Wave comes on forward. Pays is able to take down Sponge, but Ona is likely to die as well. Kingen looking very low as Faker does get bubbled, but gets the work done beforehand. And now Diablo able to get that barrier down and keep himself alive. Scout now in trouble, gets pulled back, and the dash cannon comes on through. There's the Arcane Storm. Pays taking so much damage, has to flash to get out of the way. And Pleta is an angry fish, but unfortunately not fast enough to catch up to the rest of T1.
Yeah, I think probably should abandon that idea at this point and just be happy with this ward. T1 are finding these incredible angles, but it almost feels like they're ultimately defeating themselves in these longer fights sometimes. But the engage here is great on the Sponge, right? They win the control over the Herald, but then they decide to push deep here into this choke point. The equalizer value is pretty high at kind of softening them up. Doran is unable to secure the kill here onto Diablo initially, and then we still go in pretty deep to try to get Scout, and so much damage is traded back. Scout is pretty tanky with his build and just does so much damage in return. So it ends up being an even trade, but I think T1 could have just gotten those kills and gotten the Herald, but they wanted a little bit more.
Yeah, the bubble was absolutely pivotal onto Pays there to make sure that follow-up damage didn't come through. I think that kept Scout alive and allowed that trade to be a lot more even. Now Nongshim, they get positional advantage around Shelly. They will be able to take her down and continue this advantage. See where Shelly is going to go. That mid lane is looking already pretty low, so maybe that's not where they're going to go. But 2 minutes on the Mountain Soul Dragon.
Yeah, it is first turret going to go over to Faker there on the bottom side of the map. Before this Herald can actually secure it for Nongshim, unfortunately, but they still get the mid turret, which is more valuable. Faker is pushing all the way to the inner, though someone is eventually going to have to answer this. Akali, who decided, I don't know if he had teleport actually to follow Kingen last time around when he did do that
He didn't actually have it.
He has it now, but if they need him, he can be called upon, as Doran is looking for another solo.
Yeah, doesn't quite find that damage, and he's underneath the turret. So Sponge will just kill him, and there he goes.
Okay, so something circus.
Yeah.
So, sorry to get. It was very cool the outplays we were seeing from T1, and then they kept attempting them, and they were still working most of the time. And now it starts to feel like we're cooking a little bit too hard, and the game state is not as good for T1 as they maybe think.
Well, Faker looking to make it 3. The hat trick of solo kills is pretty powerful, but isn't going to be able to find it just yet. Diablo now just moving forward looking for Pays. There's a fire kick for some disengage. It's going to work out at least for now. And Pays giving back about as well as he gets. Pleta does have a decent amount of sustain though.
There's no mid to
W
it.
over and over again.
So it's really scary to actually keep trading like that, especially with Pantheon. Even though he doesn't have ult right now because he just used it, if he is able to flash stun you as Pays because you don't have cleanse, you are not going to enjoy the end result. So probably have to play a little bit more respectfully as the Lucian here. As Faker's going to TP flank, and we'll see Doran be able to swap with them. See if they can secure this kill. I don't think so.
Well, Faker does get Harpoon to start this one off, so maybe going to be a difficult one. Never mind, he just backflips in. 5-point strike comes down, and now Pays gets engaged on here in this mid lane, but just not quite enough damage just there. 4 seconds on the Dragon. That is exactly where Nongshim want to go.
Yeah, they do, I think, have to give this Dragon up T1. But they can set up the swap I was talking about. Well, Faker took too much damage, so he is going to back. Instead, I was going to say Doran could TP to answer the Victor push. So Faker has to walk down to answer it, in fact, because he took all that damage. They decided to keep the Cassante pushing, and that means Scout is going to pick up a lot of money here, actually. I thought they were going to have Doran TP down and keep Faker on the top side after that attempted solo kill, but instead it's going to be a Doran pushing. Dragon goes over, Turret goes over, and Nongshim are keeping this game incredibly close, and their comp scales really well. So starting to get a little bit worried that if T1 make 1 or 2 more big mistakes, Nongshim could actually take this for them, take this away from them.
Certainly is a possibility. I am a little bit worried for what's coming up, right? Like, if T1 do just decide to lock in, right? They've got a great front line in Doran. They have Owner there with the Cyclone that can just cause so much disruption. And we have to remember that Faker has 2 items complete. 2 of his kills are just solos against Scout. And he does, you know, do a whole bunch if we do make it towards some of these team fights. So still, T1, I think, with some options as this game goes on. But like you say, I mean, Scout's damage is only going to be higher and higher, and it's so hard to avoid if things start to get going for Nongshim in these fights. The Arcane Storm just gets a little bit too large.
Yeah, no, it goes right on top of the Shroud and does not care whether he could see the Akali or not. And the same thing kind of with Rumble as well. Speaking of Rumble, he is not alone.
He is not. Sponge is going to rotate down. Let's see whether Doran can find anything here. He still wants it as he's got friends on the way. Pathmaker comes in. Should be able to pull Kingen out, and he does do so, but they're dancing on the barbecue, and that is the Wukong being taken down. The rest of Nongshim will turn up as well as the culling just to try and deter them. But the Arcane Storm will catch up, at least for the moment. Does finally dissipate as now Diablo, with that extra movement speed, the dash is on forward and just joins up with Carrier, and Doran gets himself out of there.
All right, Faker, by the way, getting a lot of money here in the mid lane while all this is happening. Did not have TP, and I think he thought that they had enough members to actually get those kills without him.
Oh, that fire kick just beautiful there from Carrier on the disengage.
Yeah, he's blocked Diablo twice now from following up and doing anything here. These moments for T1 are leading to wins away from where they're diving. Like, they're not actually getting the kill here, but Faker's able to back off right and end up getting that mid turret, 2 extra plates. This setup here, I think, is when I watch this happen, it almost feels like Dandy told Nongshim after game 1, like, hey, just match their rotations. They go for these greedy plays, these aggressive dives, and if we follow them, we can outplay them. And then when the game state is this close, you absolutely can. If T1 think they can pinch faster, Doran is able to because he's Cassante dashed like 7 times to get away. But they almost got him as well, which would have made it even more favorable there for Nongshim. T1 get the plate money and the turret in the mid lane, though, so they actually keep that gold lead. It's very small, though. 600, 500 here at 23 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly mean too much, but it's these incremental advantages and the fact that T1 still seem to be keeping a level head when it comes to making the cross maps actually happen. Still, Nongshim now 2 minutes until this next Mountain Drake. If they get 4 Mountain Drake Mountain Soul, that makes them very hard to kill, says Atlas really intelligently.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I think that's a pretty...
They will have more tanky stats.
It's a pretty base take by you.
Thanks.
Honestly.
I know it's a bit controversial, but I was confident to go with it. It will be very hard for T1 to fight Nongshim if that does occur. The thing is,
it will also be very
T1
difficult to get 4 dragons.
Yes, that is the next thing. Is T1 they might fight a little harder for Soul Point coming up. In,
but your
in
premise was, you know, if they got all 4.
Indeed.
You didn't say anything about how hard that would be to do.
No.
So that's why your take was so based.
Yeah. Sometimes it's about the result that hasn't happened yet and the analysis of that result.
Yes.
That's what I like to go with.
Well, T1 do have a ton of prio and control around this area right now, but it's still 90 seconds before this spawns, so going to need to continue to maintain that. The IE is almost done for pace. And when that is hit, I think T1 have a chance to close the door on this game. But that team fight, that first big fight, it might be on this Dragon. is where T1 need to pull ahead, because if they don't, this victory kind of becomes too big to fail. He's already got an arm guard. Actually, for safety here, that's going to feel so good for these upcoming fights. With this build, he's so tanky with the rocket belt. And killing him is quite challenging, actually, for even the Lucian's burst damage. So T1 are not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, and it wasn't as much of a challenge earlier on in the game. So Scout needs to try and scale. Find some relevance here in this one. Currently is almost 40 CS behind as well. Faker really has just been mopping up these side lanes. And Scout hasn't been able to find quite as much money.
And Faker will very briefly be 2 levels ahead of him as well with level 16. It's actually happening almost right before this Dragon fight, which would have been amazing. It's very close to it.
Oh, Infinity Edge done as well.
Yeah, this is the timing. T1 really want to fight right here, right now to get this soul point. But they don't have the prio just yet. They're going to have to push that mid wave in and head over as fast as they can. Nongshim have full control right now. The question is, do they have the damage to burst this Dragon down before T1 get here? I think we are still going to have that 5v5 fight.
Well, Faker on a pretty decent flank angle as well, as he has slunk into the bottom lane. There is control vision, though, for Nongshim. And they have kind of done their homework moving into this, as Ona does get over the wall here.
They don't know where he is. They're looking for him. This could be a huge flank.
Now they're looking to turn on to Faker. Faker does have teleport. If he does go low, he can get back into a fight. But he does just make his way out of there. Now no Grand Starfall available here for Nongshim. But Ona is very far away. Faker did ult in that last one, so won't have that for the ensuing fight. As now Diablo getting taken down very, very low. The culling is absorbed by most of Nongshim, as there's the equalizer to try and separate them. The all-out from Doran gets into that backline, as now the Wukong makes his presence known, but the bubble is so good from Pleta. Pei's now trying to kite this one out, and Sponge has fallen. But both junglers being dead doesn't necessarily guarantee a dragon for either team. Nongshim, they take control of the area, though. They grab the kill onto Pei's, and that should be another Drake going over to them.
Faker might be in trouble here. I mean, there's not really much of a way out. Let's see what he can
Doran
do.
cancels the back. I'm not sure about that one. Is now on Pleta. Can you stay alive? Faker almost killing both of them. As now Doran is trying to get on in here. Scout wanting some revenge, though, as Faker realizes that he's going to have to try and go for it. The Death Ray is named correctly, and both solo lanes, after some heroics, will fall for T1, and Nongshim will take the Dragon.
I think we're going to 3 games, Atlas. I think Nongshim have enough control over this game now. Even just having 2 Mountain Dragons is going to do so much work for their composition. The bubble value here, not this one, but on the follow-up one, is massive. As look at this angle for Scout as well, kind of unpunishable. And as Doran goes through here, he takes so much damage. Pei's is trying to push forward here, and he just gets chunked out. And, I mean, Scout flashes to follow here, and the Lucian is just dead, and I think Lucian's time has passed in this game. Faker, by the way, plays this moment so incredibly well. Doran stops his back because he wants to try to see if he can make something of this. As Faker is able to get this shuriken to land here, forces King into flash, and then is almost able to escape. Great flash here as well from Faker, but the Scout's damage is unfortunately from Faker just too much. Then he's trying to be like, okay, well, I guess I'm not getting out, I'll kill you.
That Death Ray,
not gonna happen.
Absolutely perfect timing from Scout. Otherwise, I think he was just dead again. And that would have been pretty devastating for Nongshim, especially if Faker then gets to go back, then gets to teleport back in. As now Doran taking a bit of damage here, but he is a Xante, does have a decent health bar on him.
A lot of resources used in that exchange for Nongshim. Notably, the tidal wave is going to be down here.
Oh, Diablo. My God, the damage from that phosphorus bomb was just gigantic. The culling goes in. Diablo right in that front line as Doran looking to try and cut him up. They do take down the Corki. There goes the Victor. The damage is just missing outside of King, and whose equalizer does come on down. At least he gets rid of the Cassante. The now Faker looking for even more. And T1, they've got Baron on the mind. It only cost them Doran in that fight, and I think they should be able to take this.
I think there's just too many T1 members here for King to be able to stop this, and Pleta doesn't have his tidal wave. See what he can get done here, but I think this Baron is T1's.
I mean, it does still do a fair bit of damage here as Faker takes both harpoons. Kingen is super healthy at this point in time, but Ona has got Smite. They're not going to be able to stop the Baron. The question is, can they get anything off the back end of this fight? No teleports are going to be respawning, and now they're looking to just try and turn this 4 versus 2, and despite the health bars, I think that Kingen and Pleta overstayed their welcome. They were just watching as the Baron goes down, and then they died.
was a decisive call to try to deny the Baron, but they didn't have any tools for it. If the equalizer was still up, right? Like if the tidal wave was still up, there's just so many angles. Diablo's positioning here, pretty suspect, honestly. After what looked like a huge win for Nongshim, you know, they were able to push T1 away, but then he just stayed so far forward, and T1 were like, well, thank you for the freebie, and then Scout's caught on the other side of the fight. And once all that damage is gone, the Rumble alone can't get it done. As you'll see here, he did hit a few harpoons on the Faker and did a lot of damage, but there's 4 members here. There's no smite for Nongshim. There's no way they're going to deny this, and they cannot stop the Baron, nor will they get out with their lives. And what felt like a 1 game here for Nongshim is tossed to the Wolves.
Yeah, now Faker is just going to kill Sponge. 5-point strike gets him another solo kill here in this game, moving to 5-2 and 3. The Rebel Baron power play cresting the 3,000 gold mark. And remember, before that happened, Nongshim were in the lead. And now it has all just gone pear-shaped. T1 decided that the circus is over. It's time for some winning. Oh my goodness, the culling just destroys Pleta. Half of it. Enough to kill him from 100 to 0.
They're just sort of ripping these turrets off the map. Inner and mid is just gone. Bottom lane, no answer. Faker's pushing these Baron minions up to the top one as well. They're now going to start to siege this inhibitor turret. 2 inhibitor turrets will be sieged here briefly as Paze can just walk up to Scout. Like, Scout has to be careful.
Yeah, he does manage to go gold, and the Arcane Storm is doing a fair bit of work here, but they are diving this turret, and there's nothing they can do about it. Faker somehow died elsewhere on the Rift, but I'd go 3 for 1. I'd say 4 for 1, sorry, and I'd say that that's probably pretty good. Did Faker go 1 for 1? He did. So we take those. Sponge taking a fair bit of damage here as well, but these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. And just after we were saying that we felt like we might be going to 3 games, T1 were like, hold my beer. And they are now just going to be going home with another 2-0 victory. And the Nongshim woes are going to continue, moving to 13 games in a row that they've been unable to find a victory. And as the Rebel Baron power play ticks over to about 8.2k, the Nexus will go down and T1 will claim the 2-0.
It's honestly, it's a big fumble from Nongshim. I do think that with the game state they had, it wasn't over, but I believed for just a moment. I was like, wow, they've really figured it out. They know how to play this comp out. They've gone through the toughest part. They've been able to survive through the early Lucian, Akali, and it's not that those picks were not, by the way, insanely ahead, but I thought, okay, they can outplay this. They can out-teamfight this because they did it once, and then the composition was scaling up really nicely, but ultimately it's not enough. In the end, I actually did a rare palm vote change. I put my palm vote in, and when they came to grab it, I was like, actually, I'm changing it. I took it back and changed
I saw that. I was a bit confused.
I voted for Paze initially because I thought he had an amazing game. Obviously got the Penta in game 1 and the great Lucian game, but Faker was able to just eliminate Scout from this series, like straight up in the second game, and in the first game was able to do so much with the Rise. I swapped over to Faker. I think both of them are warranted, but I had to go Faker here.
I think there's quite a few pretty good votes. I think Carrier also had a it was a low-key series. It wasn't like he was playing Bud, stealing away palm votes on that one, but his Melio was absolutely fantastic, and his Seraphine, a lot of those ultis in game number 1 were absolutely fantastic. But honestly, I mean, T1, they had a bit of fun in game number 2, but they did definitely get it together towards the end. And this team, I'm looking forward to that Saturday showdown. I think T1 versus Gen G is going to be an absolute banger here, and what a series to have in that prime time on Saturday.
You know, when you look back at these highlights we're going to watch here for the second game for Nongshim, there were so many moments where they outplayed, right? They punished T1's circus, right? They were like, no, I think you guys are being a little bit greedy. Not this part. But they struggled early, and it looked like, oh, this game is just going to be another one of these one-sided affairs. Like, Doran's getting solo kills over here. But they stabilized. They were able to win that dragon fight, get the second Mountain Dragon, and from there I was like, okay, you know, this game feels like Nongshim have control of it. And then they made that big mistake in the mid lane. Diablo's positioning very aggressive after trying to fish there in the jungle. And T1, you can't make those mistakes against them, or they will just absolutely snap your neck and win the game. And you're like, wow, I thought maybe we were going 3. No. T1 say no?
Nope. And just finding themselves these fights into Baron, into game over, is just something that this team has made their thing over the last few years. Because these moments that we're seeing right here are Nongshim finding great positions in a lot of these setups,
Bubble
right?
on the owner.
Yeah, and Pleta had a day out today, to be honest, in a lot of the moments. Even his Nico at the beginning of game number 1 were great.
Diablo just has no out because he's positioned so far forward. Even though he has his Valkyrie, he's like, oh, there's just
he also had
T1.
barrier, and he still has barrier to this day.
Yeah. I don't know if that would have been enough to save him in this situation, but
no.
The poor man died there, and the game ended. Scout here trying to buy time with Diablo as he's respawned with his arm guard, but it is just too much T1 too quickly, and they're coming through piecemeal, and T1 just end the game.
Yeah, Faker going 1-for-1 towards that top side as well meant that there was no Rumble to attempt to clear out the wave, and Sponge by himself was never able to do it. But as you can see, there are smiles on the faces, especially of Ona, who was certainly looking pretty relaxed in today's series. Having a good time. Pays as well did, you know, get his jacket on early. They're just chilling out. You know, this is regular season T1, not taking things too seriously. However, looking very, very good as they do it.
Yeah, definitely some relief, I think, after the mid-game went a little bit awkward. As you guys could see that big bump of the blue there where I thought, oh man, the momentum is there. Scout's going to get it done on this Victor. And it all went wrong. It all went right for T1 because they were ready to punish. They were like, nah, if you guys are trying to push like this, you've used a lot of your cooldowns, you don't have the Nami ult anymore, we can actually flank. Victor gets behind. The collapse there was just brilliant onto Diablo. They kill him, they kill Scout, who's off on the other side. And Faker will pick up POM. Again, I think you could have gone a few different ways here, but I had to remember that his Rise game was also insane, and then I was like, oh, I'm silly for voting Pays, even though it's, you know, I think Pays should get a few votes here, but yeah, I just kind of realized, like, no, it's 100% the Faker angle.
After getting back-to-back solo kills, especially in this matchup and very early in it as well, extraordinarily impressive. And it takes me back, it's so interesting because it is such a 2023 Faker thing, right? Up against Weibo, picked the Akali, went absolutely bananas in that series as well in the grand final, and does it against Scout here, who was another player that he eliminated from that tournament as well. And so now we get to have a chat with the GOAT, which is something that we haven't had as many times this season with so many great players taking those POMs.
Yeah. I just think right now T1's form is pretty insane. Nongshim are having some struggles. I think that much is undeniable, but T1 look like they're just hitting peak every day. And that was after we had a few slumps early. We were back and forth, but now T1 are just every single day. It's like business as usual. They look like they might, in fact, be able to become the best team in the LCK given enough time.
Well, let's have a chat to Faker now about it.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Faker on the side of T1, who just picked up another 2-0 victory. With that win today, you just reached 9 total wins for the season. How do you feel? Lately, we're on a really good winning streak, and we're taking a lot of wins. And I feel like we're in a really great momentum, so I'm just really happy that this match today also went well. And you're currently on a 3 winning streak, and you're showing that the road to EWC was just as great. And it looks like you're picking up your pace, so how do you feel? Yeah, I think our teammates are definitely feeling the great spirit that our team has. The whole atmosphere is really positive, and I think in the practice process, we actually feel like we are improving a lot. And from the draft in Game 1, you guys took Ashe, Seraphine, and Xin Zhao, such high-tier champions. So did anyone mention that the draft went really well? Yeah, for the Game 1 draft, before the match started, it just didn't really drift too far off of what we had in mind. So I think this was definitely one of our strategies that made us get that edge. And in Game 1, T1's team coordination and setup really stood out. So for the early jungle pathing and more, was it all planned before the game started? Yeah, before the match, we definitely have a lot of discussions, and this was definitely a reflection of our preparation and regarding the draft. So I think, yeah, this is another part of our strategy. And your Game 1 Rise had such high damage output, so were you pretty proud of yourself? Well, rather than feeling proud, I think, I guess my teammates, owner was telling me, why are you just so strong? I think it's just the way Rise is. That's just who Rise is. And Keria reached 6,000 assists, and Pace got the first pentakill of the 2026 season. So would you like to say a word of congrats? Actually, Pace, even in the LCK, he has always been so good at taking pentakills. And, you know, we just all thought, oh, he finally did it. And for Keria, he reached 6,000 assists. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of him. And he actually mentioned, Keria actually mentioned that he was going to go for 7,000 before you. So what are your thoughts on that? Well, I guess I will accept that challenge. And you had such an amazing solo kill montage in game too. So let's take a look. How are you able to find these angles? I think it was just that I knew that I would be able to get the kill. So that's why I went in. So you went in knowing that you will get the kill. I think it's just that the opponent ended up overextending. I think that's why I was so sure that I can actually secure that kill. But in the late game, that Victor got a triple kill and disrupting the flow of the game. So what was your answer to that fed Victor? Yeah, I think it looked a little dicey after we lost the teamfight that we were so sure on winning. But I feel like just based on the comp, I feel like I just had a lot on my plate and a lot of different things that I can definitely execute. So even regarding who scaled first or who scaled more, I feel like we just knew that we would be able to secure today's victory. And with the Deathfire Torch allowing mages like Ryze and Victor to be played more, do you think this is a big enough shift to change the matchup against the other champions? Yeah, in the current version, I feel like you can see a lot of different options and you see a lot of different stats. You definitely start seeing a lot of Deathfire Torch. I feel like this is what really allows you to see various champions in this current meta. And this upcoming Saturday, it'll be against Genji in the Saturday showdown. So what do you think will be the key? I think individually as players, I think we just have to maintain our form, and I think just reaching our ceiling would be really the key to defeating Genji this weekend. And that's all from Faker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Well, it was the GOAT getting the job done. His second POM of the year. T1 really feeling it now. A 2-0 victory over Nongshim. And it was Faker with maybe an Espa buff getting the job done.
I thought this was going to be a game that took us to 3, you know, but the 2-0 sort of trend continues. And yeah, a lot of votes for Paze as well, who I think had a fantastic series. But the Faker solo kills definitely catching a lot of people's attention.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was really like thinking between Faker or Pace, but I think I went for Pace this time around because, yeah, not just because of his Ashe pentakill, but I think the Lucian play, he saved so many moments where like T1 were like kind of behind. Yeah, this is the highlight just because remind that he did the first pentakill in LCK regular split. And also, like on top of that, this is the angle that he made by himself with the Ashe arrow. I think it was such a great usage of the arrow, the hitbox, so you can actually shoot that way, so to have the bigger hitbox right there. But yeah, I mean, again, just not only because he got the pentakill, the Lucian play was just clean, his ultimate to zone them out, and I think it was a great duo that Faker Akali solo kill into his teamfight, Pace Lucian.
Yeah, just a great display here by T1. You heard Atlas call it out. It felt like just such strong form by the squad in today's match. Ox, what'd you have?
I mean, Faker just recently hit 30, and I just wanted to say that even at 30, you can still pop off. You can still... Yeah, I'm also 30. You can still hard carry at 30, okay? And that's proof. Faker proved it.
He is still 30 years old. That's the narrator voice.
I mean, just you know, like he's older than me, by the way. Faker is 1 year older than me, so.
Yeah, so is Ox.
And he still got it, yeah.
He still got it.
30-year-olds still have it.
I retired a few years ago.
You can still pop off,
you know,
okay?
but he's still good. Like how?
Exactly, it's proof that
he's the GOAT for a reason.
Faker and any other 30-year-olds
That's a little.
He's the
Can
goat
still
for a
pop
reason.
off.
Little ox sausage going on here. As let's continue on to Wolf, who also could carry a 30. Scout got World's flashbacks. Yes, again, we hit that one multiple times here. There he is, doing the double take. Again, there. Oh, put it in.
Honestly, it's a big fumble.
Just kidding. I gotta change it. Thank goodness palm votes aren't like weekly predictions. Otherwise, we'd be flaming him for flip-flopping.
Yeah. The question is, did he edit his original or did he write a new one? Because there's only a limited number of sheets on the desk. I'm like, we did a restock? Are we going to run out? Still have a good amount of the season left, so, you know, some logistics we need to think about.
These are the behind-the-scenes analysis that I'm looking for here. How many more palm papers do they have over at the desk? Will they run out of pens? Pens is always definitely a thing that happens as well. You guys keep losing.
Where do the pens go? I always, like, I have no idea. I'll just go there and I'm like, there's no pens left, apart from there'll be one pen. And Brendan doesn't let me have it. I'm like, I just need to borrow it. And he's like, no, get your own.
Yeah, production in the back is...
The cup is there, but it's definitely looking lighter than it did before.
They tried to solve all these things, and then Ox and Valdez and Wolf lose all the pens.
The cup's on the play-by-play side. They've like claimed it. They're defensive over it.
We never know.
It's very tense.
We never know.
Let's take a look at the rest of our comments here on the Korean side for T1's 2-0 victory. The best league player in his 30s in the world.
Yeah, I'll give him
5.
I'll give it. He ranks above me. You know, I'm okay saying that. Faker does rank above me. To no one's surprise.
Very humble of you, Ox. Here and there, Faker's everywhere. Thanks, Umpty. Just another
Amazing palm.
Another amazing comment. Check that one off the bingo box. Go with impacting the whole rift while winning his lane. That is unreal. I'll just capitalize the that for him. That is unreal.
Well, you should read it as it didn't say it that way.
That is
not
unreal.
written that way. You should read
That
read
is unreal.
Read it as written.
Impacting the whole rift while winning in his lane. That is unreal. Because there's no period there. Let's take a look at the final comment, please. Pays. We all remember. Pays. We all remember is coming back. Good.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Templar with that
this is the playstyle that we were waiting for. You know, solid and calm and collected.
I like how you complained about the previous one lacking punctuation. This one maybe had a bit too much.
You know, it's better safe than sorry.
True.
Give people the notation where they should be at and where they shouldn't be at. Just like T1 at 9-4, right on the heels of KT, they're like, we shouldn't be behind you. That's not normal.
And you know, Nongshim, I think game 2 looked more competitive, but the problem is, obviously losing to T1 shouldn't feel that bad in general, but when you're on a 7-loss streak, any loss just adds to that. You feel the weight of it. It does not feel good. Nongshim need wins. Like at this point, it doesn't matter who they place, whether they're facing a hard team or one of the weaker teams, you have to get a win. You need to break this loss streak, or you're going to just keep falling down.
Yeah, I mean, for T1, before this series, I didn't feel great enough because I think Faker didn't really perform that well like last week, you know, even though like T1, in general, like Doran came back and Pays and Carrier played really well in the bot lane, but it was my like concern, like Faker not doing great, but I feel like this series, he just 1v9, right? So I'm even more hyped for this Saturday Showdown because like Genji also, they have a strong mid lane, Chovy, like literally carrying every single game. So it's going to be a banger with this Faker at this form.
A good appetizer for that. Real quick before we move to our next match. Ox, you're a Pleta guy. Pleta had a okay series. How do you feel like that move has gone?
I mean, I think it's difficult as a support player when your team is struggling. Yeah, we've seen it before. I think he's been having some good moments, but I think there's a lot of team-wide issues that make it hard to really show up.
All right, Nongshim, they made the changes, but they still have yet to reap the rewards. We'll see what they do later on in this week. Next up, we've got the weekly Mad Movie. Before, we've got the DN Supers up against D plus Kia. Also, check out the Showdown teaser during the break as well. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Week 7 of the LCK.
젠지가 해냅니다. T1의 이 길을 막을 사람이 없습니다. Pressing guard comes out one more time, but the Aurora goes down and they've taken down Dogdom.
패스를 그래도 빨아들이면서 칼지.
이거를
가장 많은 관심을 받고 있는 두 팀의 경기, 젠지 T1의 경기가 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
Maybe that's just the way he's evolved the build. Yeah. Colin is going to hit on the ruler. Shielded though as another ult in from Canyon finds a triple man. Wild growth there as well, and the Crescent Guard I don't think is going to be guarding anything at all.
적을 처치했습니다.
Down they go, one after the other. Yukal another. Yeah, perfect. He's going to be happy. He's very fast. Gets away from a lot of that poke. AKTRX not really starting up the objective. Immediately Bigfoot is kind of putting his face into it and does dive, and everybody is caught in the cataclysm, and the Olaf is behind everybody as well.
걔네 지렸다. 반사 어땠어? 미드 텔 박을게.
We're just diving the turrets. Lots of damage here from Willer and Yukal, but now they're pretty deep. They do take out the turret. But Rich is trying to back off here. It's still a lot of damage. I mean, Texas is trying to get on in there with that ultimate, but he's able to dash away. They can't lock him down. They can't do much to him at all. Saka is a raid boss with a wild growth dashes in the floor and just wipes the floor with them.
He's trying to line up. He's trying to line up.
There we go.
나 두꺼비를 숨어 있을게.
Nico.
Wait, is that
Spaghetti code?
is that a visual bug?
Spaghetti code? All right, he finds the pop blossom onto 3. Oh no, it's blocked, ladies and gentlemen. He will get taken out. Yeah, and he might just be able to dash his way in, and one more dash. There it is. Picks it up, uses it immediately, trying to get into the action. Herald is going to miss the ult, but now losing an awkward spot, and both the junglers are going to hit the ground. Doran is going to hop into this one, but now Smash going to get knocked up by the Rift Herald, who is just spinning around and getting so much value on those knockups. It's insane, and the Infesta is running wild in the back line.
KT와 한진드리온의 경기 전해드리겠습니다. 각각 영역에서 인상 깊은 장면을 보여주고 있는 두 팀의 대결 이어서 만나보시죠.
야 분위기 좀 올려봐.
텐션업.
텐션업. 저도 되니까 편하게.
알겠어. 다시 차분히 갑시다. 다시 차분해졌습니다. 화이팅.
오케이.
얘네 3렙 경쟁 해야 돼.
이거 먹고 가볼게. 기다려봐.
트래피.
오케이. 와봐. 이거 짜 오나 본데. 나 집 맞춰도 되나 라마?
아야
짜 왔다. 나 풀 있어. 나이스. 노플.
여기까지. 나이스.
아이고 까비. 죽긴 했고. 짜오 노플.
얘 용쳤다. 뭐 말만해? 바텀 좀 깔긴 한데. 바텀 괜찮아. 야 룰루 쪽 보자.
쌈을 보자. 짜오도 노플. 짜오 보자. 짜오.
야 우리 봐줘야 돼. 진.
싸우자. 빼면서. 룰루 노플.
씨. 빼봐.
룰루. 오로라 노플.
오로라 갈게. 오로라.
룰루 가자.
아 매웠구나. 용 맞다. 가봤어? 아. 다 먹었네.
미안합니다.
짠. 드라피 이키라 괜찮아.
확인. 지금 보따위 보는 거 우리? 보따위 보는 거 어때?
할게 이번엔. 야궁 한번 쓸게 나.
오케이 좋아. 뒤 잡자.
계속 갈게 그냥.
뒤 잡자.
라인 미는 느낌으로도 쓸게.
뒤 잡자 형. 이걸 와볼래?
나 가는 중 기다려.
룰루 죽냐?
룰루 그 매치야. 봤자.
가볼게. 근데 아래도 안 돼.
아래도 내려가. 그냥 하고 있어. 천천히 해봐. 룰루 그냥 죽였어. 웬만하면 죽였고 아래 안 올 생각도 해. 안 갈게.
갔어? 간 거 아니야? 야 빼. 봐줄게.
잡았다.
공돌만 해. 가볼게.
할만해.
가볼게.
나이스 볼게.
애쉬 노플이야. 애쉬 노플. 다 죽었어.
천천히.
짜오 길게 하면 얘들아 오는 중. 짜오 오고 있어 얘들아. 빼라. 위에 짜오 와 이제.
나 실수했다. 근데 이거 괜찮은 거 아니야?
나쁘진 않아.
전령 무조건 싸워야 돼.
싸우자.
오공 진 노플이야. 그 피하긴 돼? 피하긴 기다려봐. 5천. 조금
이거
먹히긴 해.
나도
바로 못 찾거든.
이거 나도 가니까 천천히 봐줄래?
뚫리다 이거 성주가.
앞도. 아야. 얘부터 못 가. 가자.
지나긴 했어.
짜오부터. 나 아래 각 좋아. 찜볼게. 아래. 나 살았어.
맞아. 천천히 봐. 나 매우
앞라인부터. 따라가자.
따라가보자. 이거 여기서 한번 더 봐줘.
나 못 봐줘 얘들아. 나 끝이야.
오로라. 야 미드. 야 서브 한번 볼게. 야 애쉬. 아 맞아.
끝.
이거 질. 괜찮아.
궁 돌리는 게 좋고 우리.
나 싸움 좋아. 나 아이템 너무 잘 떠서 싸움 하고 싶어.
확인.
얘 노플이야. 나 미드 날려면 포켓 한번 볼게.
알겠어. 봐줄게.
나 안 봐줘도 돼 이거.
용 꺼낼까? 어때?
길게 볼까 미드. 정화 뺐어. 이젠 쳐도 돼.
이제 쳐볼게 얘들아.
크게 나가자 크게. 걸 생각으로 나가볼게 이번에 그럼.
애매해 보이면 바로 돌아도 돼.
나갈게. 오로라 스킵 빠졌어?
우리 위치 봐. 룰 앞라인부터. 오고 빼고. 오로라 가져.
형 아래 봐줘.
야 진너풀.
신발. 아리.
야 끝났다.
끝나네. 딜이 없다. 끝나냐?
애들 아니면 욕 말해도 돼.
일단 쳐보다가
아니 안 끝나. 바로 나.
안 끝나.
바로. 방금 오공 노플.
이제 요리금 풀 돌았어. 아래 다 뭉치는 게 나쁘지 않을 것 같아. 여기 시야가 좀 차이거든. 여기 시야 먹으려 할 때 보자. 나 봐줄 수 있고. 오케이.
나 솔로 막혔는데.
끝 빠질 거야 나. 노플이야 이거.
나 미칼 있어.
앞에부터. 나 궁 가볼게. 볼까 이거? 나 들어갈까 이거? 미칼
볼게.
괜찮아. 더 봐도 돼. 괜찮아.
빨리 와.
공 잡았어. 죽었다.
한턴 빼자.
야, 나 지를게 이거 괜찮으면.
가자.
룰루도 아주. 야, 나 지를게.
오케이 맞을게.
나 지를게. 애쉬 봐줘. 아리 노플.
라인 멀긴 하거든 아직. 가보긴 할게.
빨리 막아봐야 돼.
룰루 빼고 풀 다 없어.
야, 짜오 한번.
룰루 빼고 다 풀이야.
짜오 가인이랑 한번 박을 수 있어 얘네. 시원하게 그냥. 셋다 가인이야. 보자. 나 궁극기 이거. 민성이 형 소천사 굴려줘.
와.
가인이라도 빼면 좋아 이번에.
싸움부터. 아리 너무 그냥 타워쳐.
아리 무빙 쳐줘 이거. 괜찮아. 나 아리 노플이. 나 신부터 볼게. 타워.
나이다. 형님들 나이다.
와, 죽네. 된거 봐라. 까비에.
공부의 혁명, 이거 진짜 날 잡은 경기력이었습니다. 무엇 하나 손볼 게 없었던 상황이었어요.
브리온이 간다.
just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
DNS 파이팅! 디플스키야 파이팅! 디플러스기야 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK 2026. We are back once again, the Wallace duo, ready to get into our final series of the evening with D+ Gear taking on the DN Supers. And I think that if we hadn't had a few extra games yesterday to go off, we could have been going into today feeling like perhaps this is DNS's time, because DK have been struggling in their more recent matches.
That's right, but the laning phases have been really good for D+. And they did, as you alluded to, beat Hanwha Life Esports just last night in the Road to EWC qualifiers. Hanwha just got back from Vietnam. I mean, their suitcases were like unpacked behind them. Yeah. They almost looked like they got off a plane and went straight to play their EWC match. But at the end of the day, you know, D+ did turn it around. They look a lot better. They're playing through Shiu's top lane picks, which has been really cool to see. Showmaker's laning phases are still looking good, and Smash is still Smash, right?
Yep.
Smash still very consistent. Not only did D+ though beat HLE yesterday, but DNS are in crisis. We are talking about an 11-loss streak. They won their first series of the LCK and have not won since. And they're calling up good old Dove and Enosh. If you guys remember Enosh, it's probably because you watched us commentate him back in 2022 in our Challenger streams, or 2023, I guess it was, where we were commentating him a lot on the Bros, and he was actually really good. I actually think this guy is a very strong player. Is he going to live up to Duck Dom, though? I don't know, but I think the question, or the answer to that is not as important as something's got to change, right? This DN Supers roster is closely approaching being eliminated from playoff contention if things continue this way. I mean, we're not just in first half of round one anymore. We're getting closer to the end of round two, and so maybe this fresh look could change things, because something has to change, or this team is just going to keep falling deeper and deeper. I mean, they're in free fall right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy, right? Because Dove is replacing a world champion. Like, it's nutty. But now it is time to hear from Enosh and what he thinks about being called up to the LCK.
안녕하세요. DNS 원딜을 맡고 있는 NOC 곽규준입니다. 항상 LCK 가서 경기하는 게 목표였기 때문에 너무 재밌을 것 같습니다. 좀 성장을 잘 땡기면서 캐리를 하는 스타일인 것 같습니다. 제일 스타일리시한 걸 좋아해가지고 카이사를 좋아합니다. 커리어 선수 같이 했을 때 되게 잘하는 서포터라고 생각했는데 상대로 만나서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘 좋은 경기 하면 좋을 것 같아요. 일단 저희가 지금 연패 중인데 1승부터 시작이라 생각해가지고 승리로 분위기 전환 제대로 해보겠습니다. DNS 화이팅!
Well, I like the fighting words, and I think mixing things up when you're on like a 1 billion game losing streak is probably the best thing to do. But when you're swapping out a world champion and a world championship runner-up, it is difficult shoes to fill here for both Doiv and Enosh. And this roster is looking very, very different to what it looked like at the beginning of the year, right? Because now Pyoshik and Dokdom and Peter have all been replaced.
I'm just checking. Okay, life is starting because we had to also make sure about that as well, you know? Because I saw the news about Doiv coming through with Enosh, and I was like, okay, it was a support. I actually forgot to check the roster sheet. But it will be Life, who's been the mainstay support now, I guess. Like, I don't know if he's 100% past Peter right now in terms of games, but ultimately, he has played the most recent ones and he has not been subbed out. Like, he might be on the longest streak of support games now here for DNS. As this team has made a lot of changes, but none of them are working. And maybe if you make too many changes, you kind of forget who the original team was in the first place. And you just become something else entirely. Maybe they should have subbed out the mid and top lanes as well.
Well, DNS fighting indeed. They're going to need it, as this is a squad with some new names and some definite young guns here making, at least with Enosh, making his debut. Doiv has been around for quite some time, and I want to address the biggest thing that the DN Supers have done. They have added a significant amount of bro to their roster. Both Enosh and Doiv former bros, and so therefore with 40% of the roster in bro, formerly bro attire, this could be the Achilles heel that they're looking for in D+. D+ have just dropped series to bro all the time, and so you add a little bit of that bro flavor. Maybe it is time for that to happen. As, CV Max, a bit of a classic one there.
Yeah, I'm not going to read that one out. It's a bit intense, spit on the nose. But it is very funny. If you're a knower, you're a knower. They had that content piece come out very recently where he was very upset after the loss to KT Rolster, where they had 2 wins that were basically in their hands and they were not able to secure it. And then they had a really rough first game against Hanwha Esports last night, but were able to actually reverse sweep there and win the next 2 with some really cool picks. The Alawi coming back for Shiu, who's already played the Tristana top, now pulling out the Irelia on top of it. Looking really good. And he's lining up against Dudu, who in my mind is actually right now the best player on DNS. Closer's a close second, and there's a reason why these 2 are not part of the revolving door. Like, these are the most stable parts of this roster, and hopefully some of the new blood can sync up with them quickly here. And it's always the question, right? Like, you bring Doiv in, how's he going to do with Closer? Like, how is that going to work? With the revolving door of the supports, like, how is Dokdom going to change his playstyle week to week to work with these supports? And, we do have now the AD carry swapping entirely, but Life's like, man, I was just getting used to Dokdom. Now I got to play with this guy.
Yeah, and Doiv also has a bit of experience up against Lucid as well, playing against him in Challenger back when you were talking about as well in some previous years. So definitely with some information that they can utilize from those former times. Obviously, the game has evolved since then, but not strangers on the Rift, absolutely. And Doiv, I know we haven't seen him in over a year, a little bit over a year, but he has been able to slot into teams relatively well. I don't remember seeing Doiv sub in and being like, wow, this is a disaster. I feel like it has, breathed a bit of life into a lot of these squads.
You know the vibe he gives me?
What's that?
Grizzly vibes.
Oh,
when Grizzly subbed in, it was like, nah, he's just totally fine. He can actually pop off a little bit. Yeah, he's not going to cost you the game. Obviously, there's still some synergy issues, and he's not going to necessarily just sub in and win the game for you. He's not just going to transform into Peanut and take over the whole game, but I think he's a great choice when your jungler is slumping. When you're like, all right, I think this guy's going to be stable. Maybe, Pyoshik was a bit too flippy, too many games in a row. Let's put this guy in because he's just going to play the way we need him to, which is to get early leads and not drop them. The Career always hams up the camera every time.
Yeah, he really does. He gets very confused. He sees the camera looking at him and he's like, oh, I'm supposed to make eye contact. Every other player is just like, no, I'm just going to continue doing my thing and just ignore it. Career is finding that one a little bit impossible. But now, Wolf, you've created this headcanon for me, which is Doiv is actually Peanut in a Doiv suit. And he is going to win this series 2-0 and then tear off the Doive suit and say, haha, I skipped military today and decided I'd just win some LCK instead. That's what's happening in my brain. I don't know whether that is...
What if he just rips off the Doive suit and he's just G-Riz inside? Then we could just say G-Riz. Like
or he takes it off and it's just Pyoshik. And we're like, why? Well, Pyoshik is actually here. I can confirm that. I did see him backstage, so there might be some substitutions if things go wrong. But things haven't gone wrong yet because nothing has happened. We are into the draft, though, and let's see whether some crises begin here, as the Varus is always going to be banned. We got the Rumble, we've got the Karma, we got the Orianna, and then we'll have fun from there.
Ooh, they're not even playing the game with Orianna, where they're like, ooh, let's see if they ban Nocturne and see what happens. They're just doing it right away.
And guess what? They're still going to ban Nocturne.
Yeah. We see the Rumble come through here as well.
And so first pick is for D+ Kia. They get first pick and blue side. Feels like both of their favorite things coming in the same day. So that means that they don't necessarily have to ban Karma if they would like to take that one away for Korea.
I think that is going to be a consideration for the DN Supers. They'll ban Doive's Vi, which has been one of his better picks, but it's just a strong pick in general right now, and it empowers closers Ari, which is one of his best picks. So Doive's like, I'm showing up. I'm going to see what happens, and they're like, we're targeting you.
You're not allowed to play the good champions.
Yeah, so let's see. Is it just a Jarvan, or is it an Ashe angle?
You could just go for an Ashe. Ashe for Smash. Feels like it rhymes, at least.
Well, if they don't go for it, it might be an Ashe for Inash.
Ooh, Inash. Well,
that's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, that might happen. But instead, it's going to be Lucian. Lucian Melio into the Jarvan. Obviously, Lucian can dash out of the Cataclysm. You're feeling a little bit better about that one. But now, Ashe Seraphine is just there if D+ would like it.
There are a lot of lanes you can play where you're not necessarily going to be tested completely in your AD carry ability in the laning phase. You know, if you play a Lulu lane, for example, or if you're in a Karma lane, or even the Ashe Seraphine, it's kind of like, well, this kind of plays itself. You're in the Lucian lane on your debut game, you're going to show what you're made of right away. That's one of the tougher ones. It is going to be a Caitlyn Bard response here, it looks like, for D+ Kia, since the Bard was not bad because of the commitment there to both jungle bans. In fact, they'll swap it to the Lux, which we did see from Career just yesterday.
And this was actually one of the tools that they utilized to beat Humble Life Esports, and they looked real good when they were playing it. Korea really having a standout performance as closer, feeling like maybe it's his turn to choose the champion instead of locking in Doive's jungler here. Does mean that Xin Zhao will then go away. You won't get that sort of top tier, and instead they are going to go towards that Xin Zhao, so never you mind. Let's see which solo lanes are going to get banned.
I think ban the Annie as DNS. Just do not want to deal with that against this draft. Such easy follow-up, such easy setup. Great into the Lucian, just trying to put their pressure on. They're looking to maybe get a Rise pick for closer now, though, it looks like. So maybe changing the vibe completely, or something else entirely. Maybe trying to bait a Rise ban?
They could easily just ban away the Rise. I wonder what else they're worried about for closer, though. I imagine Showmaker just wants to play Annie, because he generally always just
that's
play
kind
Annie.
of what I was thinking. That's the one I felt like was a must ban here for the Supers. Just so good into this comp. Obviously, Melio can get rid of the CC, but you only get to do that once, and there's just so many other threats here.
I do think a Cassiopeia ban could be a decent one as well. Miasma is something that Melio will find difficult to cleanse, and there's a few dashes that want to be utilized on this squad already. But the Akali going to be taken away instead. It will be the DN Supers with their first opportunity, so they can decide to go for something like that Rise, like you were talking about. Does keep them a very mid-range composition up into a Caitlyn, which is somewhat dangerous, especially when paired with the Lux, but could certainly have a lot of firepower.
We'll learn a little bit more about what Showmaker and Shiu have planned here with this next set, or rather this next ban. Twisted Fate, hovered by closer, right? They take that away from him. It's really strong with the Lucian. And the Narban makes it seem like maybe Shiu is just going to play a tank here on the top side, but we can't know that for sure. We'll see what they decide to blind.
The Victor pick away. I don't know about this one, personally. I feel like Showmaker has been the only one that's really made this pick look good, and picking it away from him is not a way to make yourself look good. Showmaker might be able to punish this, see what he decides to play into it.
It's not the freest Annie angle. It might just be a Rise pick here, and then Shiu plays one of his trademark side lane champs.
I mean, I think the Cassiopeia value is pretty high.
It is good, and Showmaker has really showcased that he is very in form on this pick right now. The win rate is very low, as you guys can see here for Cassiopeia. It's just not been working out that much.
Do it. Don't be scared. Blind Alawi. Let's go, Shiu.
I said yesterday I'd love to see him play Camille. I think he's just teasing us, though, and might just play a frontline champion for this two-threat comp.
Yeah, watch him just hover all these fun things and then lock in Scion.
That's exactly
Oh, no! Oh, I didn't want to be right.
We kind of knew.
Oh, he hovered so many fun things, though, Wolf.
Earlier, Kingen could have played the Gwen, right? We were calling for it.
Yep.
But it's going to be Dudu who does it instead.
All right. So the Gwen for the top side of the map will be able to give them a lot of magic damage. I actually feel like there is a big old premium on the magic resist in this game, but it's the double circles as well to come on through from the DN Supers. Does mean that a lot of this longer range that D+ are showing does have a little bit more of a struggle to land towards the Gwen and the Xin Zhao, which might help them out. But I don't know whether that is necessarily going to be the be-all and end-all, because Cassiopeia is relatively short range and very high DPS.
I'm going to level with you, Atlas.
Level with me.
The draft looks great for the supers. I think that D+ also got a lot of comfort here, and it's an insane Caitlyn draft. If I had to give an edge to one of these teams, it'd be the supers. I think they have both early pressure and strong late-game win conditions with the Victor scaling and the side laning Gwen. I'm going to be honest again.
Okay.
I don't think draft matters that much. We're going to have to see the form. We're going to have to see these new players, or returning in the case of Doiv, change the narrative, change the view we have on this team right now, because I feel like you could have almost just not banned anything, and I would have still been like, yeah, I don't know if they can make a draft to beat D+ in their current form unless we see something change. What happens here for the supers right now is what we're all waiting to see. What is this new set of players going to look like tonight?
Thank you, Doiv. Thank you, Enosh, for making this one interesting. Let's get into the rift for game one.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for the first game of the series. Huge round of applause as that ward does get taken down. A little bit sad there for Shiu to lose that ward immediately. Does mean that there is a gigantic infinite CS advantage here for the DN Supers, as D+ will be able to match it. Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Evened out. It is all fine. Everything's right on the rift one more time. As waves are going to crash, and now we get to see exactly where these lanes are going to end up. I don't think that the Gwen is going to win all that much early on into the Scion, but will definitely win the late game. Showmaker as well has shown that laning on the Cassiopeia is something that he really does enjoy. So that's also another lane that we need to keep our eye on, as it could be difficult for Closer, who's running a slightly less powerful version of the Deathfire Touch that Showmaker has really been abusing on this.
I do think that Showmaker likes both sides of this matchup really well, so that is also another thing that's good. He's got going for him. He is really good at the Victor at this moment in time, as you pointed out in the draft. This lane is not going the way that Enosh wants it to, as they are going to lose level 2, and the heal being down only for life means they just cannot really challenge at all.
Yeah.
And Caitlyn does really well in a lot of lane matchups. This is one where if you could find some trades, you could make something happen. But in fact, Lucid's going to come down here early. Another binding hit.
Yeah, binding going to connect there as the trap also lands. Life down to 300 to start this one off. They do have information that Lucid is here, and you've got Doiv moving on over. We're going to go for a counter Doiv, as it were. I've missed the Doiv ones. I'm not going to lie.
I missed it too.
As Lucid should be able to grab this one, does steal away the enemy Grump. They still have the information. They still know what's going on. The wind still becomes lightning, but Lucid's still here. And the DN Supers going to have to try and dissuade him there, as a nice little trap does go down. Enosh is forced to take that extra damage.
And this is just going to be extra pressure applied here for the Caitlyn. Good early pathing from Lucid gets him over here to apply more pressure. And that extra damage that Enosh took earlier is really going to hurt their chances of looking for anything back with Xin coming over.
Already getting one play. That was a weird flash from Career as they're looking to try and turn it on to Smash. The barrier is fantastic. Smash flashing, but not able to actually get in range. And now it's Smash that's losing his health. Life is able to pick it up. The light binding, the passive is enough. And both supports pick up kills, but it's Enosh that's still alive and able to farm.
Junglers over here were like, guys, I said wait for me.
Yeah, what are you weirdos doing?
I guess we're just gonna fight over this buff for a second. Well, Career, I guess the end result was he still was able to connect the binding, and he did a decent amount of damage in that exchange. The CS deficit is still there for Enosh, who ended up, you know, catching a lot of that wave and, like you mentioned, survived at the end of all of this.
I want to see why the flash happened, because it looked very strange. Yeah, it just didn't quite work. Did hit the binding, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's like maybe he didn't have it for a second, and he maybe mistimed the flash. I don't know. Life gets the kill here, so again, Milio getting money, but it's probably better for Career, who is actually on a champion that utilizes that AP really well. Look at the difference in items they have.
Yeah,
Oblivion Orb.
Oblivion Orb's actually a big spike in this lane.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, I mean, the difference here, especially into the Milio matchup specifically, is quite large. So I do think this is a win for D+, as they still maintain that CS advantage, plus the plate they picked up earlier as well.
Yep, they've also got the Cull on its way, so Smash is just doing a bit of investing here to start us off. As Showmaker, just going to have a little bit of a Deathfire touch demonstration here. Yes, it's annoying. And Closer ticking down over time. There's a bit of a range advantage, though, as Enosh in a lot of trouble. Oh, God, the Peacemaker! Yeah, he's going to have to make some peace with that. And Smash, yeah, we were saying that it was probably a good thing for D+. Yes. Wolf, yes.
I did say, right before we got in the game, your debut of the LCK, you're playing Lucian, and you're playing it, unfortunately, into the Caitlyn Lux. You're going to be tested. And I think Enosh, unfortunately, did not pass the test in this specific moment, miscalculated in a big way, and kind of face planted in that moment, and this lane is a disaster.
Yeah, it's kind of finished at this stage as D+.
Look at the health advantage when he decides to go in for this. It's just a complete miscalculation. I mean, I think he's maybe even feeling some nerves here in this game, as that just didn't really make sense.
Wasn't exactly the way you wanted to play it. They did have the minion wave advantage, I guess, so they wanted to use their army of minions to make something happen, but oh no. It's not quite working out. Now Smash is not even going to miss out on this cannon, which is set up perfectly for him to come on over and take down. And he's got a serrated Dirk as well, so these Peacemakers really going to be hurting. Going to be heading towards that Collector first up. 2-item spike with Collector Infinity Edge is very strong on the Caitlyn, and will allow him to make more money, get towards more items, and make better things happen.
It's just...
If you're snowballing, Collector also just feels amazing.
Exactly what I was going to say. Took the words out of my mouth. I mean, he's got the Cull too, so he's going to have some extra income later on. And snowballing, he really, really is. As Lucid is coming down as well. No flash for Enosh.
Oh, dear. Light Binding is going to connect very comfortably, and there is Lucid taking his share of the spoils.
I mean, they could almost just do it again and look for the Lucian with no flash, but...
Yeah, Lucid's like, I don't even really feel like I want to farm my jungle anymore. I'm just going to park in the bottom lane.
You're going to go for the Dragon instead. It's more guaranteed. Enosh does have his barrier available, and we'll have another Relentless Pursuit to try to outplay, but obviously Life doesn't have one of those, which is why the target selection was correct to go on to the support there. And down goes the Milio for the second time this game.
I feel like Shiu has been having a really good time in this lane.
He is enjoying it.
Oh, that's sidestep as well. Needlework comes down. Dudu trying to stand his ground, make this one happen. The flash is going to be answered here by Dudu. And so both of them now without their ultis, without their flashes. And Shiu, I feel, just kind of came out ahead.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy with how that went. Dudu was not in turret range there when the flash came through. Fairly close to it, but it was not really a kill angle there for Shiu, even though he played it really well. Still ends up getting the extra advantage, and he's low on mana, but he doesn't have his passive, and Lucid's here.
Yeah, Lucid has flash as well. There's the Roar of the Slayer to get that slowdown, and Dudu is definitely dead. Can he actually trade it back? The answer's no, as Lucid picks up his second. Now Enosh and Life fighting one more time. Decent fire kick does come on through as Smash finds the Peacemaker onto Life, but not onto the low health Lucian, but he's evicted from the lane again.
He had barrier, and he thought he had enough damage there. He couldn't use his ultimate. It's not in a position to actually pull that one off. But goes for another aggressive trade here near the turret, and it does not work out. He is 31 CS behind right now, and I think that number is going to rise. As we have this exchange here where Dudu, fortunately...
I think he might have thought that he'd be able to get out of Q range by just dashing through the Scion, and unfortunately... he shorted it.
Well, also, if there was no jungler here and he has vision of the river, he would have been fine as well to at least trade a kill there. But the knockup comes through from Lucid, I mean, Lucid he's everywhere right now. And the bottom lane is going well. Mid, also pretty good here for Showmaker's already got his glutes online.
Hey, there you go. All right, Glutinous Greaves coming on through for the Snake Lady, who used to not actually buy boots at all. And now, the glutinous version. It's a bit fun.
She's getting greedy already.
Oh, yeah.
No boots in the boots. She's going for the greedy version right away.
Definitely not on a keto diet. Let's just say that. Gluten all the way. Need as much of that as possible. Yeah, just rice all over the place. Okay. Korea will be able to land a light binding here. It's just going to be a bit annoying, but Closer is not going to die or anything like that. And Lucid just seems to own Enosh's jungle as well. It doesn't seem very fair, but I guess he is the prince. And Xin Zhao is not. Fire kick comes down, not going to bother anyone, and Lucid just gets that smite off. Is this turret just going to die? Is that what's going to happen here? There's only one plate remaining.
I mean, it's going to die soon, not on this wave. As Enos does have health this time. Oh, no, I was just kidding.
Well, Final Spark is going to come down. The culling is not really doing too much.
I mean, I really legit, when he was even in the trade rumors, right, that were being discussed, I was like, no, he's actually better than people think. I really want to give him super credit, but he's having a bit of a rough one here, but it's not entirely his fault, as we do have a 3v3 now.
Yeah, he's going to dash in looking for Smash here. The 90 caliber net not going to connect, as Lucid playing this one pretty patiently. Looks like no one's going to face check him for now. Oh dear. Okay, I'm a little bit worried for what could happen as Doive. Let's find the wind becomes lightning. There is the ace in the hole blocked by the Xin Zhao.
And we may go again. Another wave is stacking. Lucid has flash and ult, and Enosh does not have much of a health bar.
Yeah, and also Lucid able to clear out vision as well. So DNS now not sure where this Jarvan is.
Crescent Guard could be a problem for the dive, so let's see if they commit.
It's really rough, though, because Doive is also soaking their experience, so the advantage is going to still be there. The flash out from Smash, though, the light binding doesn't connect onto Enosh. He needs one more auto, and there is the kill. Lucid comes in. The barrier is going to be employed. Wasn't even necessary as he gets himself out with a flash, and the final spark does not connect.
And finally, he gets it done. Finally, he has his moment. And Smash's barrier, by the way.
You cast a blessing to that one into effect as well.
I'm just doing it all day here. Smash's barrier was like 1 second away when he died. I don't know if it would have actually changed the tide there, since Enish had his barrier as well, and they were in a really nice, convincing, controlled position there. Whereas Smash has no mana.
Fire kick.
Fire kick also amazing. And then Smash's barrier, look at it on the bottom of your screen. It's like up now that he's in the death chamber. Again, probably wouldn't have changed the outcome, but super close to having it. I think that's maybe why he was playing like that.
Well, it's pretty impressive stuff here from DNS to make their way back in. The problem is it hasn't really affected the gold numbers all that much. You can see it's still close to a 40 CS advantage.
Look at you with your truth out here. Come on, let's give them some credit.
I mean, yeah.
And like they put a dip in the gold. It's only 1.3K.
Oh, barrier was exactly 1 second away.
Yeah.
When he died.
Yeah,
Very
1 second.
I thought that you were just estimating.
Yo, you know when they say like he's literally 1 HP, but it's like actually it was like 37 HP?
Yeah, which is the opposite of literally anything.
I mean, I just saw it tick over when he died, so I knew it was 1 second.
Well.
Because I know the length of a second somehow.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you learned that as a parent. Because
she said
what did she say?
She said it's exactly 1 Mississippi. That's true.
Ah, there we go.
Americans know.
We used to say that as well. I had no idea what a Mississippi was.
Oh, they do that outside of America? That's wild.
Yeah, that's American media for you. Okay, there's the final spot. Peacemaker life so close to dead. And of course, Lucid is on the other side of the map. Kills him with a flag. Enosh realizes that he's going to have to try and do something. There is that barrier from earlier that's going to keep Smash alive alongside the heal from Korea as well. And yeah, D+, there was a bit of a blip there in the bottom lane, but they are back in business once again. First turret going down and close to a 5,000 gold lead now.
Well, Showmaker is also looking to push this lead into the top lane now as well, due to flashes.
Yeah, that is Shu not quite finding the angle there as the needlework comes in. Slowed down with the Q, but just going to take some poison and make a run with it. Still has to use the flash.
And they still get Dragon on the bottom side. Lusa wasn't even in that top side play, as he was helping them get the kills there. He has 3 himself. And Shirelia's done for Career. This is just the same build we saw from him yesterday, the standard Lux build. supportive, but also does a lot of damage when you have that early Oblivion Orb on top of everything else in your inventory. And poor Enosh, man, he tried so hard to turn this lane around, but his turret disappeared, and then he disappeared. And
now, where does he exist? Well, he's in the bottom lane. He is underneath his inner turret, but now Xiu has showed up. And he doesn't have a lot of armor or anything like that, but he's 3 levels ahead. So it's not going to be a fun time for the Lucian. He is now going to move towards the top side by the looks of things. So we do have Closer going for a bit of a reset.
Look at his role quest.
Upgraded shoes.
Doesn't have it.
Oh,
He's
God.
like, oh no. This
gold
terrible.
lead is so massive. Also, the Cull just cashed in. 2.5k is a big advantage. If the case.
It just gets bigger when the enemy AD carry doesn't have his role quest completed because he's not getting all that extra passive income. So
should be out.
Eventually we'll get it. Like it does take over with time. And Doiv.
Oh. Well,
the rookies, man, don't do it to him.
That's the Cataclysm going down. Flash out. That's Lucid picking up the solo as Closer comes over, but a little late. Oh, no.
These players...
Not the thumbs up from Lucid as well.
These players are the same generation of challengers,
right?
You know? Like, it's not like Doiv is like this young guy who's never played in LCK before, but it's just this game state, I don't know. All right, we're going to see a TP flank. This game is very quickly off the rails.
Oh, God, yeah. Dudu now going to try and turn this one around. We've got teleports coming in from everywhere. Is Showmaker going to come on down? No miasma for Dudu. And Xiu is likely to help out grabbing this kill. There it is, going over to Showmaker as now Closer realizes the teleport is not exactly what he wants. Lucid finds the flash with the flag and drag as the Arcane Storm comes down. Flash Q to come through from Xiu, but Doiv is going to be there to knock him up, and it looks like Closer will be ushered away from the battle. Doiv wanting to go in once again and walks off the miasma. Now Lucid, oh no, he just turns it and takes down the greedy Victor, thinking that they could go for some kills here. Flag and drag comes on down. Knock-up going to connect there as Doiv able to get himself out, but Life, can he be the difference maker? Enosh, can he be the difference maker as these low health bars from DK look juicy, but it looks like they're not going to commit.
That's too late. If Life is able to get a flash fire kick, the rest of the team can't follow up. This is when, you know, we were talking about the veteran status here, but it's obviously LCK veteran for Lucid. He's played way more games. He's been to internationals, whereas the same is not true of Doiv, but it's not about experience in this moment. It's about a 2-level lead and a massive gold lead. And he can just go wherever he wants, do whatever he wants. This TP from Closer, to call it ambitious, I think doesn't really do it justice, as Lucid also shows up. Now he's down flash, because he also committed the flash. TP, and he doesn't make it out. Spoilers.
Yeah, it was such a disappointing flash angle there from Closer as well. Lucid picking exactly the angle.
Well, he does actually survive here. I misremembered. I thought he did die.
Yeah, there he goes.
He went back in, Atlas!
Which was a little silly. Doiv is also gone back into the Death Chamber one more time, as that is the second solo bolo here for Lucid. Oh dear, it's just bullying at this point. This is not what I wanted on my Wednesday.
No, well, you said it best earlier when you said it doesn't look like it's going to be a 6-gamer.
Well, with T1 winning 2-0, I have a feeling that ship may have sailed.
But when you said it, I don't know, I just looked at the nameplates on the second series and I was like, I don't know if it's going to happen. And that's, by the way, before the roster was shown to me. Like, I didn't know about that. And it's not working out so far here in the first game.
Hey, look, game ones, sometimes they're just a throwaway, right?
Yeah.
We're just figuring it out. We're understanding the space, you know?
They should be twice as good.
Is somewhere that Doiv has never been, right? Yeah. Because it got renamed this year.
It could be twice as good for them in game 2. They're like synergy on stage. Like, after game 2, it will be twice as good, right? Got him. Yeah, I don't...
He also said, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if, like, what we really showcased with the first person there, it feels like a punishment. Maybe, like, we wanted to show it from Lucid's perspective and show, like, less of the map where everything else is on fire.
Yeah, I feel like they thought that maybe a first-person view was going to look less bad than just showing the replay. And you know what? Jury's still out. As it's a 7,000 gold lead, sub 20 minutes.
Stop doing it to him, man! Doiv is such a cool kid. I like Doiv. He's a good kid, man.
He's a good kid.
There's no reason to do this.
Life is a good kid too. Does find a really nice fire kick, but then just finds a Scion, so he's really dead. Crushed by the Lumberjack's axe, and she was able to walk his way out. Lucid is going to get avoided there. Good reflexes by Enosh, but yeah, Life just no real options.
Okay, they are going to lose this mid turret as a result of this. Closer doesn't have TP, but he can maybe get a bounty if he's given enough time here. We'll get the Crystalline Overgrowth, but there's an answered TP for Shiwu. And it looks like we're going to see another charge into this mid turret.
Oh dear. We also might see some more kills, but looks like Enosh and Doiv are able to sidestep the skill shots. They'll be able to keep themselves alive as Dudu trying to keep Showmaker at bay, and Showmaker doesn't seem too worried about it, as he's really added some extra gluten to those Greaves as well. Being a mid laner, very, very cool. It's the first time I've seen that upgrade. The upgrade is kind of nutty, I'm pretty sure, on these shoes, but I don't quite remember the stats off the top of my head. Yeah,
they end up being pretty insane when they're tier 3. It's a pretty huge
Just
number.
So much gluten.
Yes. I don't actually have the exact number, but the lifesteal is pretty unreal. As yeah, that final spark hits really hard. Career is massively ahead, but when you're this far behind as well, you're just so squishy. He is about even in experience actually with the Lux at this moment in time, but she's got a Fiendish Codex in her inventory.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Smash has his IE done. He's got another casual crit cloak there as well. So getting closer and closer to 3 items on this Caitlyn.
You know, sometimes in the cartoons where, like, when it gets like this on the TV, it just goes to, like, the lines on the screen and makes the beeping sound, and we're like, we'll return to the programming later.
Yeah.
It might be appropriate to do that for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
I mean, Enosh has found some angles in. Like, he's trying to play, you know, 50 CS down here, almost 3,000 gold down. He's trying to find some moments. You can see his mechanics are there for sure. But some of the timings of when he went in the lane are part of why he's in this position in the first place. And I just don't think that even, given 10 minutes, this victor is going to be relevant, as here comes...
Yeah, there's the Cataclysm, dash on cooldown, and oh my goodness, Shiu just flashes on top of him, and down goes the Lucian. Closer trying to run away, but the Noxious Blast is going to connect, and a couple of Twin Fangs will do it. Down will go the victor, a solo for Showmaker in the top lane, as there's the ace in the hole, and Melio goes down. Life not exactly having the most fun here on the Rift today, as my gosh, make it stop.
Yeah, even the D+ fans were kind of like, well, I mean,
yeah, no, the cheers are feeling a little half-hearted.
Like, I might get canceled if I celebrate this.
Oh, no. Well, the Baron's going to get cancelled. That one is no longer for this world, as we're going to have a look at the 1v1 instead.
Yeah.
The interruption of the teleport.
He's not allowed to go.
No.
Except he does eventually get there.
Yeah, well, I mean, teleports back to the Death Chamber.
Yes. This is just a double collapse here. Shiu's coming over. Look at this. The flash, point blank range, Scion ultimate in your face.
Look at the damage from Smash. It's 2 autos and Life is basically dead.
Yeah, and then 1 R button and he actually is.
Yes, indeed. Golly. Well, it's 10,000 gold. It's 21.5 minutes into the game. D+. I mean, it's hairbet time, I guess. You know, maybe we can spin it that way. At least it's not a perfect game, haha, or something like that. Like, what do we do,
I don't know what to do. This team is 1-11 right now, and this is their like new idea. And this is against our like 5th place team.
Maybe we need to keep the options open for a comeback. And the angles are D+ all walk into the fountain. Or
I think Smash is 2 ahead. I think he just gets a penta.
Just wanders into the fountain and kills everyone.
He like, accidentally clicks on the Nexus and it explodes before he dies to the fountain laser.
Oh, Doiv might have a bit of an angle here as he throws in the Crescent Guard. But Lucid just decides he's going to put Enosh into the Cataclysm. He survives, gets a big old shield. Final Spark just barely doesn't connect. And some needlework comes out from Dudu. In the meantime, split pushing Scion, trying to get some work done in the top lane. As D+ weren't able to kill anyone. I'd say big positive for the DN Supers.
So far, the turrets, though, a little bit less lucky as she was chopping redwoods up in the top lane, and
Yeah.
Starting to stack up a bit large set of minions as we're going to see a TP flank from the Gwen. Last chance. Hail Mary. Let's see what happens.
Showmaker, he could just be dead here. Throws down the Miasma. There's the Arcane Storm as Dudu running with scissors is very dangerous, but not for the Gwen, as it turns out. The base, ignore it. Ignore it, everyone. That's not what we're focused on here. Just don't worry about it. It's totally fine. These things can be rebuilt. You can see the Nexus turret ones, they all come back again. Surely the inhibitor turret ones are also just going to be able to be rebuilt.
The inhibitor will. Yeah, it comes back for real.
Hey, I mean, the inhibitor itself, absolutely. As Dudu is not going to chase them any further. But still, they stop the push.
Are they going to do the thing when he finishes this item where they show the item for the 80 carry and the other 80 carry? They're going to do the thing. I think they're going to do it, Atlas.
They should not.
They're going to put that graph up. They're going to put the numbers on the item icons. This was a nice pick.
Good flank.
They only had to commit the TP, and look, they can barely get out of their base, so how useful is TP otherwise? Really? Oh, they didn't do it. They just did this, which
all right,
isn't better news, but it's better news for Enosh, okay?
I want to hear from chat. Winnable or no for the DN Supers? Give me some percentages. I want to see your percentages.
I know what they're going to say, Atlas, and we're not going to like it.
Oh, no, we're not going to like it.
We're not going to. I think they might reference when they had this lead against the Bros last year.
Well, I mean, that's high. That could be an option. But let us know. Put it in the chat. As okay, we've got Sol on the table here for D+. Smash taking a lot of damage from the culling as Lucid doesn't find the knock-up with the flag and drag. Showmaker might be turned on again, but finds the two-man and gets the dash cannon to get to safety as well as he's running so quickly. Finally, they are going to dive on top of him here as the gravity well is going to hold him in place. And D+, can they get the cleanup? That's the question. Crescent Guard getting a lot of work done here as Korea gets splashed on by Doive. And now the autos from Smash start coming in. Final spark to help out as life is almost two-shot. One more time from Smash. It's a triple in the end as they're now teleporting to the base. And maybe that percentage is about 0. I think I respect the 6.7. The point was really a nice touch. As all right, D+, they are going to be able to get through this bottom inhibitor. You knew it was going to happen. It's exactly what we were talking about. But at least that's the more realistic version of the numbers. As all right, Dudu, can you defend? The answer is no. The Nexus turrets are going to go down, and D+, taking their momentum from their win yesterday against who was arguably the best team in the LCK coming into that moment until now with some really solid performances. As career is very, very low. So is the next
respawn.
They will Lucid. Okay, Lucid, just get the job done. There it is. The most important 50 gold goes over to the jungler, and D+. I don't think we're going to have a stern talking to from Steven Max this time.
Yeah, I do think there's a chance he's going to have like a few words for Showmaker's side laning. He's like pulling it up right now. He's like, you did die in this position here. Now, we did get the entirety of their base at the same time, but nah, he's high-fiving. I think this went according to plan. The draft for the side of DNS was very confident, right? They had the scaling Victor. They got the Lucian that they were hoping was going to get some leads in the bottom lane, but they walked face first into the Lux. Caitlyn, and the lane was a disaster, and the jungle play from Lucid was phenomenal this game, even impacting the top lane after getting the bottom lane ahead. Showmaker didn't need any resources. He was naturally winning the mid lane, so they won all 3 lanes early and just popped off. Enosh out-damaged Smash.
Lucid out-damaged everyone. How did that even happen?
He was
fighting everyone.
He jarved.
He did. Yeah. And I think a lot of us were most critical last week of Lucid and his inactive play, especially around the early game. Wasn't going for early ganks, things like that. But today, this is Challenger Lucid. This is the guy that picked Vi, killed everyone, and picked up every POG for that team. And we've missed him. We wanted this Lucid to come back. And let's see whether he's going to be back once again for game number 2 or whether it is Doive time. Perhaps DNS is going to be able to get it together and bring us to a game 3. Hopefully that's the case. We are going to go to a break now. Space going to break down after, and then game 2. See you soon.
아래 보는 건?
그엔 더블 빠졌어.
애매해.
아 그엔 되는데.
잘러줄만해? 나 가면 갈수 있는데 여기.
로샷.
여장 못 빠졌어. 야좀 천천히 해봐.
아, 그건 봐, 그건 봐.
나 본다. 야 뚫자 그냥.
커버.
그냥.
커버.
노플.
노플인데.
그엔 보자.
위로 올 수 있어? 와주세요.
괜찮은데 오른쪽 괜찮아.
위로 와봐 위로.
아 이렇게 이렇게.
야 얘네 다 필. 다 빠졌어.
봐봐.
응징해줘.
그엔 없어.
봐봐.
짜오 노플. 짜오 노플.
그엔 노방에게.
야, 가자.
가자.
KT와 한진드리온의 경기 전해드리겠습니다. 각각 영역에서 인상 깊은 장면을 보여주고 있는 두 팀의 대결 이어서 만나보시죠.
야 분위기 좀 올려봐.
텐션 업.
텐션 업. 저도 되니까 편하게.
알겠어. 아 다시 차분히 갑시다. 다시 차분해졌습니다. 화이팅.
오케이. 얘네 3렙 경쟁 해야 돼.
아 이거 먹고 가볼게. 기다려봐.
트래피.
오케이. 와봐. 이거 짜 오나 본데. 나 집 맞춰도 되나 라만?
아야
짜 왔다. 나플 있어. 나이스. 노플.
여기까지. 나이스. 아이고 까비.
죽긴 했고. 짜오 노플.
얘 용쳤다. 뭐 말만해? 바텀 좀 깔긴 한데.
바텀 괜찮아. 야 룰루 쪽 보자.
쌈을 보자. 짜오도 노플. 짜오 보자. 짜오.
야 우리 봐줘야 돼. 진. 아 싸워.
빼면서. 룰루 노플.
에시. 빼봐. 잘할게.
룰루 오로라 노플.
오로라 갈게.
룰루 가자.
아 매웠구나. 매운 거 같다. 가봤어? 다 먹었네.
미안합니다.
짠. 트래피 이끼라 괜찮아.
확인. 지금 보따위 보는 거 우리? 보따위 보는 거 어때?
할게 이번엔. 야궁 한번 쓸게 나.
오케이 좋아. 뒤 잡자.
대놓고 갈게 그냥.
뒤 잡자.
라인 밀는 느낌으로도 쓸게.
뒤 잡자 형. 이걸 와볼래?
안 지었길래. 나 가는 중 기다려.
룰루 죽냐?
룰루 그 매치야. 봤자.
가볼게. 근데 아리도 안 돼.
아리도 내려가.
하고 있어. 천천히 해봐.
룰루 그냥 죽였어. 웬만하면 죽였고 아리 안 올 생각도 해.
안 갈게.
봤어? 간 거 아니야? 야 빼. 봐줄게 형.
잡았다.
동들만 해. 가볼게.
할만해.
오케이.
나이스 볼게.
애쉬 노플이야. 애쉬 노플. 다 죽었어.
천천히.
짜오 길게 하는 애들아 원중. 짜오 오고 있어 얘들아. 빼라. 위에 짜오 와 이제.
네 실수했다. 근데 이거 괜찮은 거 아니야?
나쁘진 않아.
전령 무조건 싸워야 돼.
아 싸우자.
오공진 노플이야.
그 피하긴 돼?
피하기 기다려봐. 5천. 조금 먹긴
이거
해.
나도-
짜오 바로 못 찾거든.
이거 나도 가니까 천천히 봐줄래?
틀리다 이거 성주가.
아무도. 아야. 얘부터 못 가. 가자.
지나긴 했어.
짜오부터. 나 아래 각 좋아. 찜볼게. 아리. 나 살았어.
맞아.
천천히 봐. 나 매워.
앞라인부터. 따라가자.
따라가 보자. 이거 여기서 한번 더 봐줘.
나 못 봐줘 얘들아. 나 끝이야.
오로라. 야 미드. 야 더블 한번 볼게. 야 애쉬.
맞아. 이거 질.
괜찮아. 궁 돌리는 게 좋고 우리.
나 싸움 좋아. 나 아이템 너무 잘 떠서 싸움 하고 싶어.
확인.
얘 노플이야. 나 미드 날려면 밖에 한번 볼게.
나이스. 봐줄게.
나안 봐줘도 돼 이거.
용 꺼낼까? 어때?
길게 볼까? 정합했어. 이젠 쳐도 돼.
이제 쳐볼게 얘들아.
크게 나가자 크게.
이거 걸 생각으로 나와볼게 이번에 그럼.
애매보면 바로 돌아오도 돼.
나갈게.
오로라 스킵 빠졌어?
우리 위치 봐. 룰 앞라인부터. 오 빼고.
야 오로라.
오로라.
형 아래 봐줘.
야 진노플.
신발.
아리.
아리.
그냥 끝났다.
끝나야 돼. 딜이 없다.
끝나냐?
애들 아니면 용 말해도 돼.
일단 쳐보다가.
아니 안 끝나. 바로 나가.
안 끝나.
바로. 방금 오웅 노플.
이제 요리금 풀 돌았어. 아래 다 뭉치는 게 나쁘지 않을 것 같아. 여기 시야가 좀 차이거든. 여기 시야 먹으려 할 때 보자.
나 봐줄 수 있고.
오케이.
나 서로 막혔는데.
끝 빠질 거야 나. 노플이야 이거.
나 미카엘 있어. 자.
앞에부터. 나 궁각 볼게. 볼 거야 이거. 나 들어갈 거야 이거.
미카엘 볼게.
괜찮아요. 더 봐도 돼. 괜찮아.
빨리 와.
공 잡았어. 죽었다.
한땀 빼자.
야, 나 지를게 이거 괜찮으면.
가자.
룰루도 아주. 야, 나 지를게.
오케이 맞을게.
나 지를게. 애쉬 봐줘. 아리 노플.
라인 멀긴 하거든 아직.
가보긴 할게.
잘 막아봐야 돼.
룰루 빼고 풀 다 없어.
야 짜오 한번.
룰루 빼고 다 풀이야.
짜고 가인이랑 한번 박을 수 있어 얘네. 시원하게 그냥. 셋다 가인이야. 보자. 나 궁극기 이거. 민성이 형 소천사 굴려줘.
가인이라도 빼면 좋아 이번에.
싸움부터.
아리 너무 그냥 타워
아리
쳐.
무빙 쳐줘 이거. 괜찮아. 나
아리 노플이야.
신분 좀 볼게. 타워.
나이자. 형님들 나이자.
와 좋네.
이거 봐라. 까비에.
공부의 혁명 이거 진짜 날 잡은 경기력이었습니다. 무엇 하나 손볼 게 없었던 상황이었어요.
브리온이 간다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as DNS made some news with those changes. Enosh in, Doiv in, and we did focus on them. However, not necessarily for the good stuff, as D plus Kia came out swinging and kind of put them in their place early on a 10,000 plus gold lead to close out game number one. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. Not the greatest debut here if you're Enosh. Did get a couple of kills in the lane, but just wasn't able to transition anything out of it.
I think it was tricky, was put into a matchup that wasn't favorable, and we saw very early on how that kind of manifested in the lane, and also a lot of the focus from Lucid, who had a phenomenal game and kind of just took over things.
Yeah, I mean, we can clearly see that from the first clip that we're going to show right now, is that I think mainly the DK, they really like to play Caitlyn Lux right now on the bot lane, especially like Smash career being proactive on this matchup. We could already see it from the EWC qualifier as well, that they can actually execute it perfectly.
And Enosh here, like the W from the melee was burned and he stepped up despite that and got punished. So I think definitely some nerves here for the player being added in and just some unfortunate situations. Summoner's already being down from the earlier fighting, makes this an easy gank for Lucid, and he just continued to have impact across the map.
Yeah, and people keep mentioning about the Dudu still like being the strong winning part of the DNS right now, but like if you just gank him in the early game, then you can't really do anything.
Yeah. And that's the power of Sion, which is why he's one of the winningest top laners currently in the meta. You just do that to stifle the early aggression, you get one gank, and now you're that unkillable behemoth in the top side of the map. But the party wasn't done down in the bottom lane, as Enosh and Life were trying to hold on to this tower. They did have some success, but when it's that low, it's gonna go down.
The thing is, when you're playing against Kate Lux, especially as like a short-range AD carry like Lucian, when you lose hard. And Lucid's there again, able to clean up after the tower goes down. Just takes things from Padowish, and Enosh is trying to turn things around, but a game like this, you bleed out so quickly, and there just isn't really a chance for recovery.
They don't have a good matchup, and also your jungle is behind in tempo, so you can never cover them. So it was really rough for either Doiv or Enosh for first time like filling up the LCK roster as well.
Yeah, well, I think as much as there was more game to cover here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what it's like being on one of those kind of periods on a roster when things aren't going well. We did want to share some of his thoughts there.
So yeah, I mean, I had the great experience with the 2018 G2, but right after that I had the 2019 Rogue roster with the veterans. So I thought like we could do something, but like it kind of turns out that we couldn't really agree on one thing, you know, like everyone had their idea. So like we had so much ego on ourselves. So like at the end, we were just flaming each other's, you know, like we didn't really work productive. So it was just so painful to even like play the game. So at the end, I think, I requested to sub me out so I can just feel fine, you know, like it was that painful. Like that's the feeling of the like losing momentum, and I had the like good experience as well. But I think you just need some kind of like team bonding stuff. Like as long as you are open with your teammates, then I think that's the step that you can actually take. You know, it's not the in-game stuff. It's like the barrier between the players.
Yeah, and as much as you know, he got subbed out today with Pioshik. Last year, I remember seeing Pioshik and Berserker still like arm in arm hugging before the game. Hey, let's go take this. Let's do our best or whatever. And it felt like there was still trust there. Obviously, Berserker now on over to Lion. Pioshik benched now for the first time for Doiv. It's going to be pretty difficult here, Ox, as they're going to try and figure it out. Piochicless or not, the DN Supers need to find something. They're making changes, but the progress hasn't been shown yet. The same way that D+ Kia has shown the progress. They have lost several games in a row, but they took care of business the way that they're supposed to here in game number 1. Let's see what happens in game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. Yeah, it was a little bit of a one-sided affair, and hopefully that the camaraderie is still going to be there. You know, there's always a few blues, a few sillies to shake out, you know, in game number 1.
I had a look at
oh, God, yeah. Tell us about your look.
I had a look at his champion pool to find out what his best picks were. He mentioned in the pre-interview that his favorite pick is Kai'Sa because of style. It is his most played at 37 games, 11 higher than his second at Zeri. He has 62% win rate on that pick. Jhin, 15 games, 60%. Ashe, 75% win rate with 12 games. Those are his 3 best. His Lucian is after that last game, 2 and 13 in his career. I'm talking career, not this year. Definitely a pick that was a bit of a weak point for him, it looks like. They drafted it for him anyways, and he tried his best, and he did have some moments, right? There were some moments, but overall just got completely outclassed, outclassed, yes. I don't know why I keep saying clash.
He got out-smashed.
I was trying to make a Lux and then like tie that together somehow, but it didn't work out. Outcluxed. But yeah.
He had a rough time. Let's just say that.
I'm dancing around it because, you know, I think I always want to see a player on their debut have a good day. And everyone wants to be awed by, oh, this is what this guy is made of. This is what his potential is. This is why they're giving him this chance. And sometimes, you know, like Quantum, you're given like a bad matchup right away, and you're like not given a lane you could win, and you're playing with an AD carry who's struggling, and it's like, well, what are you going to do? In this case, I think there were multiple factors, and the draft definitely didn't do him any favors, but we move into game 2. I mean, this streak doesn't look like it's ending tonight. The loss streak that is for D+, it looks like theirs will. But
yeah, it looks like D+, straight back on the horse after what they were able to do yesterday. And let's just see whether that is going to continue into the second game as well. We actually saw that Smash and Korea were in the coach's booth afterwards as well, like going through some of the things, because there were some hiccups in the laning phase before they just decided to completely destroy them. And so probably just ironing out a few of those kinks. All right, the Varus, the Nocturne, the Orianna, and the Rumble once again banned away. These are exactly the bans that we had the last time around. And it is second pick for the DN Supers, and so it is just going to be exactly the same draft as we saw last time around. But the Trundle, once again, going to be slinking into the ban list.
Yeah, interesting to see. Sion is also, once again, already fearlessly banned. Same with the Xin. So we kind of see the Xin and Jarvan in game 1 almost every time.
It might be a little bit of like an Ashe Seraphine counter answer, right? Like the pillar can be very annoying.
Yeah. But like this is the exact same draft that we saw from T1.
Yeah.
Let's see if they try to pick away the Seraphine, or are they just going to go
Ezreal, pick away the Ezreal Nico. I mean, Ezreal Seraphine could be a thing.
That could be a thing.
They could decide to go that way. But then, I mean, then there's the Lulu draft angle here as well. But instead, it is going to be a look in towards the Pantheon for Doiv.
Okay, he gets this one on lock now. See what they get with this. Ezreal is Enosh's 3rd most played pick, so has a lot of experience on it. 26 career games.
Keeping it in the family as far as Enosh's pick choices. I think this is way better. If you do want to pick away the Seraphine, this is the time to do it.
Well, then you also get to keep hidden what your lane partner is, and they'll have to grab their support here in response. Bard is available, but you mentioned the Lulu already has been so strong, and there are a few picks that Lucy can go for here that are empowered by the Lulu, like the very, very strong Nefiri pick that we have seen a lot recently. Nocturne is banned, and obviously both the Xin and the Jarvan are gone, but
I would like to see the Nefiri. I think that's a really good shout.
I think we've seen in the past like a lot of Ambessa jungle with this type of situation, but I don't think that is very strong at the moment. Skarner.
Ghana would be a different choice.
can be tricky into the Seraphine, but I do think it's been picked into Seraphine quite a lot recently and is finding that success.
You also have a lot of chain CC options as well. Like, you can ram someone into a wall, then Wild Growth the Skarner, then he gets a guaranteed Impale. Like, it is a lot of CC on a single target if you do want to go that route, as this Ezreal is pretty face up and will be what Enosh is locking in here, needing to take away that bottom lane before extra bans do come on in.
Now, I was wondering if, like, Jhin was being considered as very, very tough to play into Ashe and Lulu. Seraphine and Ashe is harder when no matter what you get, especially with the Caitlyn off the table, but see what he can get done here. I'm not too enthusiastic about this setup thus far for DN Supers. I want to see Closer and Dudu be on playmaking champions that Pantheon can follow.
Yeah.
They ban away one of those champions, that is the Twisted Fate. One of the ones that can lead the charge, play through the macro. It is one of Showmaker's best picks right now, so it's not a surprise that one is banned away.
Yep, would be a good one. They could ban the Anivia and then pick a Ryze, and then you've got the Ryze Pantheon combo, which we have seen find a fair bit of success here in the LCK, although it did fall out of favor as the season went on. Certainly could still be a bit of an option with Anivia and the Cassiopeia both banned. The Ryze feels like it gets better and better. The Jace is going to be taken away, and then one final ban. If it is the Anivia, then I think a Ryze ban would be a decent option here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else they would want to ban here. I think it is pretty simple, unless they want to ban the Gnar once again.
They could get rid of that and then go for a Renekton lock-in and feel a little bit safer about it.
That's, I think, the choice you have to make, whether you want to deny the Gnar or do you want to deny the Ryze. It looks like they want to play Gnar, and they're saying you can have the Ryze. And then Showmaker will still have counter pick.
We're going to need a lot of damage out of Showmaker. I actually feel like the Twisted Fate would have been absolutely not what they wanted, because wouldn't exactly offer the big boom boom. But this was one of the most face-up things that we've ever seen.
I mean,
so now, what is the obvious answer that Showmaker had already prepared?
Yeah, it's almost everything that this draft has been for DNS has been pretty obvious, right? They're not really throwing any curveballs with this one.
Kassadin.
He does love to play the Kassadin.
Kassadin?
I do not suggest him to play the Kassadin.
Like Kassadin Lulu, though.
Yeah,
Rift walk in, get a big old knock-up.
And then you just keep ulting on them while they can't kill you because you're huge.
Yeah!
LeBlanc kind of does a similar thing, but is actually a good champion and has power early.
Yeah, that might be a better option.
So I like that one more. The Gnar was pretty obvious. I think Showmaker's still cooking. Yeah. They're like, all right, well, let's lock this in and get and reset the timer so I can cook for a second.
Maybe it's time for Rengar mid.
Oh,
don't know why I was talking about that. That's never been a thing. It's all right. The Talia, going to be the lock away here for Showmaker, has previously been one of his favorites.
Don't look at that win rate. It's okay. It was a different time. We were experimenting a lot early this season, and it's okay. It's better now. It's stronger now.
But it's still going to be lower damage than we have seen before, as this would be a bit of a classic. Dudu going back to the Sylas into the Gnar.
Sylas into the Gnar, but also into Skarner is pretty crazy. If you can close the gap with your Sylas, set up a big Impale, the Seraphine follow-up is so strong.
It does mean that Showmaker will have a lot of Rocks value to utilize.
I just also really personally feel that even though Sylas is a counter to Gnar, it's because of his ability to steal the Gnar ultimate and use it at will. It's not to play against him in lane, where we have seen the Sylas struggle a lot. If you can get through the early levels and the harassment that you're going to get from mini Gnar and actually get some good trades off, and you hit that first Gnar, like there's actually an all-in timing there, and maybe you can get ahead, but otherwise you're just going to kind of be trying to get most of your gold and your advantages from early skirmishes around, for example, the early Grubs, Herald, and any other fight you can join, which is another reason why Sylas top can be tricky, because he doesn't top laners just don't join most of the early fights to get accelerated.
Yeah, look, I do think DNS have come out of this draft looking pretty good. I think this this DK draft is just a little bit lacking in the damage. The problem I see for DNS is that they just haven't been able to win very well, and if DK find themselves a bit of a snowball, this one's just over. What did that fan sign say, Will?
It was the sequel of Where Is Lance, says Where Is Doug Top.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well, we've lost him. He's somewhere backstage, and they're not going to find him. Probably not today, as the DN Supers look to try and hold on in this series with a win here in Game 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of this series. Is it another 4-gamer, Wolf? That is the question. The DN Supers, they could tell us no. They could say, no, it's 5. That's what we're getting today.
I hope they do. I think that would be really fun. I need a little bit more drama in my LCK today because it's been a little quiet. The most dramatic thing that's happened is arguably the sign that says, "Where is Duck Dog?"
Well, I mean, the drafts were a bit dramatic. The problem is the results from said drafts have been anything but, and it's just been more of the same as far as the results here for the DN Supers. That's all right. Career and Smash. I don't know whether this is going to be as powerful as the Ashe Seraphine lane, but we have seen Ashe Lulu do a fair bit of work.
Again, it's a test for Enosh in this lane to see what he can get done. And Life as well on the Seraphine. Played a lot of Seraphine games with Quantum, not as many with Life so far this season.
And look, I reckon that Enosh's win rate on Ezreal is probably better than his win rate on the Lucian, as that hop just does so much damage.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Sorry, dude. He's going to get flashed. Oh, the range of the Mini-Na. Not enough to catch him after the flash.
I thought he had that auto fly-in for sure when the flash came through.
That's all right. Crush might get Shiu in there, but looks like Dudu playing around that Kingslayer can obviously turn things, and Shiu not going to get baited in, not this time.
You, ironically, in this matchup, prefer to be Mini. And you want to be able to hyper proc as he was doing there.
Just didn't quite have the hyper.
Shiu is 5-0 on Gnar, by the way.
Yeah, Nara's been kind of working out for a few of our LCK top laners, as Chain's going to miss. And there's that hyper proc you were talking about. Shiu avoids getting hit by the turret. If he had have been hit by that turret, he would be dead. So glad that he did not.
Dudu has played Sylas twice already this season. Did pick up one of their wins on it. And it's tough in this matchup, but obviously Dudu has shown in the past that he likes to play this one out. And because he was able to survive there in the initial exchange, he's kind of gotten a lot of stability as a result of it. As flash trade feels pretty good for him.
Oh dear, Doive does go with the ward first. And so spots Lucid. Face checking the Skarner could have been pretty dangerous here.
Especially with Atalia in waiting. Pretty easy burst. Follow up there, chain the CC down. And it'll just be a trade of Scuttle Crabs. As they dressed up as Scuttle Crabs, by the way, today on the Korean desk. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why
I don't have the context, but they did do that.
Yeah, I saw that, and they were really janky as well. It was very cute. But still, zero context as to why.
It kind of looked like Splatoon characters to me.
I like that. Just a bit of an inkling.
Yeah, Chronicler knows about that.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't have an inkling as to what they were doing, which is a little bit of a shame. As the beat does drop, Enosh does proc the W, and Smash taking a fair bit of damage here in this lane. They're using a lot of blue stuff, but I don't think they're too worried about it.
Okay, well, this is going really well.
Yeah,
this is way better than last game.
There's a red number in the plus column at the top of the screen, Wolf.
Yeah.
I know it's only 4 minutes into the game, but we take these Ws, okay?
Absolutely. Looking really good. Continue to put that pressure on. Life will desync here, and we'll see Enosh take a quick back to grab a Cull and Tier. So investing in the future.
Yep.
But the Tier buy,
battle stats.
The Tier buy is always great on your first back. It's almost necessary. If you don't get that, you're really going to be super, super hurt because you need the mana, but also you need to transform your Muramana on that 2-item spike. But the Cull here is a little bit less common for the Ezreal, but
yeah, oftentimes you'd see like a Boots buy as well, but wanting to maximize the amount of damage that he can have in the future is a pretty good idea, because I could imagine, like, things were already going okay in the lane, right? And you're never going to have as good a back as your opponent because you're playing Ezreal, unless you're playing into Corki, in which case you have the same back, right? Yes. So this was always going to be a little bit of a struggle. The recurve bow feels pretty good for Smash. He's got 2 of them in theory. He's got the Doran's version as well. Kind of cute. Have seen a few schools of thought as far as the Ashe first item. A lot of people still going with the Doran's Blade.
I personally think the Doran's Bow is way better. I think it's just so high value for the amount of damage you can get done in the early levels. And it's just always going to be relevant for Ashe as well. Lucid's down here, but he's just going to drop a control ward, and otherwise see if Smash and Career can maintain this prio, as we will have both junglers on the bottom side of the map here very briefly. Level 6 for Dudu. This is that timing I was talking about, but because he doesn't have flash, it's really hard to actually get on top of Xiu. See when he decides to go for that hijack, because that's when Xiu's going to need to play a little bit more defensively.
And Xiu now with the transformation, not going to be a thing that Dudu is going to fight into. And so just going to be catching this wave underneath the turret.
Oh, those two minions took, I guess, an extra burst from the Q and could not be CS'd.
Ghosts procced all over the place.
Spooky.
Yeah. Dove not going to quite find the angle. Seismic Shove is going to throw Closer back, but the rock is going to miss.
Yeah, a bit of a BDD there on that one.
Oh no, not quite.
Everyone knows he's my favorite player, so it's okay if I say it.
Yeah, I hope so. That's all right. Enosh taking a lot of damage here. Smash going forward, finds the Q and finds the autos. The barrier comes down as Life almost able to get enough damage back on Smash to threaten him. And now Closer, he smells blood in the water, thinking about going for a Realm Warp, but it is very low range at level 1. And so...
Very close call.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit dire.
No defensive summoners for Life or Career.
All right, here's the angle. Like you were saying, the Gnar is going to push the Gnar back, and he goes down. That is first blood over to Dove, and that lead in the red numbers is extending.
Dove, a former bro, puts out the Morgan hands as well.
There it is.
You love to see it.
That is the only emote that I will use. I love it so much.
I have it set to all of my
Me
emotes.
too.
My wheel is filled with Morgan hands.
Yep, it's just everything. I feel like it's perfect in any context.
Yeah.
For anything that you're going to do. It's so good. Oh dear. All right.
Level 6 hit here. I mean, the true shot is powerful.
Yeah, able to sidestep though, picks the gap. And so that's a goal. We'll call that a goal, but we won't call it very good. All right, let's have a look at this one more time.
So
Dudu steals away the ult.
Pantheon ult here, so powerful if you can chain anything together. He actually hits the chains before he Gnars. So he lines everything up there. And Xiu just doesn't have any opportunity to outplay. Could have tried to flash if he had flash backup. It was very close, both of them there. If he had flash, I guess if he flashes the chains, that whole thing could have gone awry, but he did not flash for whatever reason, whether it was up or not. Yeah. So we do have him transforming Mega. Now he's just going to try to avoid interacting with Dudu, which I think is wise. Dudu's had a tear recently. Like, he solo killed several times, by the way, as Renekton into Vayne Zeus.
Yeah.
This was a huge storyline in the EWC qualifier, but hasn't been able to translate these early leads and kills into wins for his team. But at least in the lane, his individual performance has been quite solid.
Yeah, now with still a little bit of an advantage, but not being able to pick up the kill does make you feel a little bit worse about the whole situation, as you don't get a big swing in the matchup. But still feeling fantastic, does still have a slight gold lead, especially after that minion wave is going to get taken down. Now equalizes, and you've got Xiu moving back up there. Some protoplasm being collected here for Lucid, hits that first item. And the Skarner is very strong at this particular moment in time. We'll see whether DK can actually fight around it, because Lucid, bit of a herbivore at this stage of the game.
Yeah, we're not seeing big group ups for team fights just yet. I mean, neither objective has been taken, the Grubs nor the Dragon. Dove is doing it right now, though, with the prio they've been able to secure. I think Lucid's going to find out about it, yeah, and come over here and say, I don't think so.
Well, he's throwing some rocks around. Life is going to join up with his jungler. But it looks like the Dragon not going to be taken here, as Korea looking to close in on Enosh. We'll just join Lucid. And look at his health bar, man. Like, protoplasm, just kind of ridiculous.
I haven't considered, yeah, his is a very, very high value item for cost as well. I'm going to hold my thought, though, because Lucid may be looking for a bit of an impale angle here.
Yeah. Some honey fruit going to get eaten there from Smash, just to keep him healthy in this lane. As Life really wants to get a ward in, but Lucid just going to pull him round, slams him into the wall. There's that wild growth combo we were talking about. The sidestep not quite good enough, but the Impale connects onto both. Enosh is able to arcane shift, but it's only after the fact. And the volley picks it up. Both of them able to tank the turret shot, and DK come alive.
D+ with a huge win there in the bottom lane as Closer getting some help here. Maybe they could catch Showmaker, but he ghosts away. And it's a commitment here of the Pantheon ult for nothing, unfortunately for Doiv. But the thought I was going to have right before that happened was, I wonder how well the Wild Growth combo could work with Skarner, because it feels like it's pretty good, actually. You can't really stop him from getting on top of you, then you get Wild Growth. But he did everything there, and then at the last Vestiges, used his Impale, and hits both of them. Like, if Impale, if it was on cooldown, this would have been a great call, right? Everything he does here, the Wild Growth comes through, Life ends up losing most of his health, it can follow up for a dive, but he's like, nah, I have Impale, by the way. Hits both. Inash flashes away, but it is not going to save his life. Barriers the rock, but that actually makes sure that Smash gets the kill.
Oh dear.
It was an okay start until it wasn't.
Yeah, the red number's turned into a blue number now at the top of the screen. And some grubs going to be taken here by Lucid. Does get all three of them. As Closer does manage to avoid the seismic shove, but he cannot avoid the big arms of the Skarner, who comes on over and gives him a hug. And he doesn't really feel too excited about it. Doiv now taking some damage as well, and the interim has to flash to get out of the seismic shove. And D+, I thought this was going to be a low damage. Oh, okay! Pop goes the Gnar!
She didn't flash that one, actually, either, as it turns out.
I mean, I wouldn't know either. I kind of thought that he had one more ability left in him. As it turns out, the answer is no. Is okay. The Weaver's Wall comes in. The Impale is just going to hold him in position. Seismic Shove throws him around, and Doiv, there's just not a whole lot he can do. Boulders being thrown around. Closer is going to have to get out of there, and Dudu's winning, ladies and gentlemen. Dudu is winning.
Dudu is winning. This does feel like many of Dudu's old teams that he was on, including
Dudu is like, he's absolutely just young Keen. And he's on exactly the right team as it was DNS, formerly the Afrika Freaks.
Hey, to be fair, I mean, Keen was a big part of why Afrika was usually like in 6th place, all right?
Yeah.
We're not 1 in 11 most of the time.
I mean, honestly, it does feel like Dudu has got a bit of an extra task on his hands.
Shu kind of just walks into this, and the hijack is face up.
I think he just thought that he was going to have the transformation, and unfortunately didn't press a button in order to do so.
Yeah, Dudu just flashes on him before he can get it done. Doiv here is just trying to have his jungle. Lucid says no, and the Weaver's Wall is here. Closer can't stop Showmaker from getting on top. Showmaker just has enough mana here. And the kill does go over to Lucid, so I guess you could put that in the cons column for D+, if there is one. I don't know if they've made a cons column in this game just yet.
No. And Lucid...
And maybe this Dudu's in the
1
cons column for them.
And I was actually putting Lucid in the cons column earlier on, right? I was saying that he wasn't exactly getting all that involved, but now he's kind of doing everything. It's close to taking a whole bunch of damage. This was previously a decent matchup for the Taliyah into the Rise in times gone by. But then Taliyah fell out of favor just a little bit, has recently come back a little.
The item changes have been kind of awkward for Taliyah. I think is one of the big things. She also doesn't use Deathfire as easily as a lot of other mid laners that were meta before Phase Rush got removed, so that's also kind of a point against her, but Showmaker's making none of that seem relevant because he's going to press R towards the bad guys and his team is ahead and has control over the map.
All right, here's a Realm Warp as D+ might be able to get themselves out of here. That's just a Wild Growth to interrupt. Oh god, Korea, that was beautifully played. The Aegis Assault does come on through, but Doiv is very far up. True Shot Barrage comes down. The snipe with the arrow. And Smash not quite able to get there to follow up that damage. Boulder is going to come on through here from Lucid. Does have Flash Impale available. Let's see whether he pulls the trigger. As they dive on top of him, he gets hit by absolutely everything, and he just walks it off, and now it's Smash that's trying to glide around this bottom lane. It's just not enough. And DNS will walk away.
Dudu looking like he gets shoved out here by the Gnar as well. And Showmaker's getting maybe the whole mid turret because he did not follow Closer.
That was a 4 versus 3, wasn't it?
He did not show it because he didn't have his Weaver's Wall yet. He does now, but obviously he didn't take teleport because he's Taliyah. So he's just going to end up getting like, it looks like about 90% of this turret. And they will also get the dragon. So yes, they get out. Doiv was somehow able to escape there. But it just doesn't matter because the end result is still D+ getting way more on their proactive play. DNS's proactive play here. This Wild Growth timing means Doiv also picks up turret aggro as he goes in. There's no minion wave here. And then this True Shot Barrage doesn't even hurt Lucid. And DNS learned several times throughout the skirmish that Lucid will not be hurt or killed. They're like, that was the first time, this is the second time, and then one more? Yeah, no, he can't. He won't be hurt. He actually flashes. They don't even know if he needed to, but didn't want to get hit by that True Shot or the Q there coming out from Anosh,
I think also it was a bit of a solidarity flash. You know, like they deserved his flash after that. Smash, all right, just going to walk at them. Just avoids the beat drop. And D+, once again, completely in control of this game. It's 2000 in the lead at 15 minutes. It is a smaller lead than in game number 1. So some positives to be gathered here, but they are few and far between.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Silas is going to be the one who could carry the game. We might get another solo kill. Nope, not this time.
Yeah, steals away a Gnar. As here's the turn, gets some buttons back. There's the Gnar into the wall, lands the chains. Flash out from Shiu. He's going to get him to safety, but it doesn't feel like safety, not in this lane. Dudu has a point to prove here.
Yeah, maybe I should have stopped my words early on this. Not this time. He almost gets it, as they are going to get this mid turret fully, and it will be the first turret of the game to go over here to D+, as a punish on Dudu.
Oh dear, Weaver's Wall comes down, and yeah, playing the Silas into Talia just doesn't feel all that fun, does it? That's a solo bolo, actually, as Shiu hadn't touched him in a little while.
Still pretty nice attempt there to turn it into something, I guess, from good old Dudu. But he almost got the kill onto the Gnar, right? Almost able to pull it off. He gets punished. They lose a second turret. And almost just isn't good enough, you know, for DNS, especially with how far behind now their Rise and Ezreal are. The death of Dudu is the only winning position they have on the map.
This kind of, it just feels like D+ have more players on the map. Like, it just doesn't feel very fair. The DN Super is just getting stretched too thin, unable to find the answers, and even though Dudu is having a really good game, right? He's 500 gold in the lead. Shiu just hasn't been able to find any impact.
I thought Closer was the best Silas on this team.
Yeah,
you know?
as it turns out, it's
debatable.
Well, yeah, maybe it's not guaranteed. But I do think that Dudu is looking fantastic in this game. The problem is everything else isn't.
Yeah, that is the truth. As this Ezreal pick is going to need a little bit more time, at least to get a Cole's worth of gold to help it hit its second item here. Got a few more minutes before that breakpoint would ordinarily come through. We're looking at Chemtech second here. We don't know what the soul is going to be just yet, since it's a bit of a late Dragon game here, late Drake game for D+. If they double Dragon, though, the chances of a high-rolling soul are there.
Yeah. I'm a little bit frightened. Like, if they get a Hextech Soul, for example, yeah. I mean, D+, yeah, that's never really going to be a possibility. Double Dragon is already just really powerful. And Lucid throwing some rocks around. Some volley damage there as well, coming through from Smash, but not going to be able to lock down anyone at this current moment.
Good old Grasp.
Yeah.
Skarner in the jungle, just doing damage, getting a huge lead, being unkillable.
Trying to hit people when he can. All right, Smash clears out the wave. And D+ are just choking them out of their own jungle right now. And this is the perfect way to play a snowballed game, right? Just deny as much money as you possibly can. And it is so hard for Dove to play this game. Already you can see, like, he's close to level 11, but it's about a 1.5 level advantage here for Lucid. He's got 2 items completed already. And we mentioned the immortality situation here for the Skarner. I think that is only going to continue here in this game.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, the base resistances he already has. With this Rise needing 3 items to do a lot of damage, the Ezreal just chipping. Like, you see that 0 in the middle column of his KDA? I don't know if that's going to change.
Yeah.
Even if D+ lose this game somehow, some way, like, I don't know if that number changes. There's so much map control here. When Skarner has map control, he can pop out of anywhere. You always have to respect that.
Yeah, this is the problem. It only makes the issue worse. As Arrow going to connect onto life here. There's the max range Impale to pull back the Seraphine. Still able to get that beat drop down, and Smash did not want to overextend into a potential stun. The Rock is going to come down. Mikhails is there to help the Seraphine. Is now Showmaker looking to try and stop Dudu from getting in here, but Dudu has Closer coming along over. And the Seismic Shove creates some space. Doive once again with an odd angle on that ulti, and the flash is coming through from everyone. And Shiu's in the top lane. He's like, no, I do not want to interact with the enemies. I don't want to do that, not this game. And D+, they just walk away.
Yeah, like Showmaker, by the way, walk away for him might be a bit of a stretch because he was an escape artist on that one. Hold up, we're going to see once again Dudu find an attempt.
She just throws him into the wall, just says, no.
Not this time.
I want nothing to do with this. Lucid should be able to take this Drake. I don't think there's going to be any answer.
Let's see
pings out on Doiv on the Raptors.
Let's see what the Soul is. I feel like Infernal Soul could be good for DNS coming back into this game, maybe. You know, if they start stacking those up, the deficit feels less bad as because the Scar can appear anywhere. Sometimes he's just in your face and then you get arrowed. And that was what happened to Life. He did not flash, just healed and backed away. As Showmaker runs away from the Realm Warp, gets off the wall here, then is able to outplay Dudu, gets the shove out, rocket belts away, then gets sped up, avoids the Pantheon ultimate, avoids the charm, and then he gets away. Good job, Showmaker. They can't catch you.
There was a bunch of flashes used, right, in trade of only lives. But, you know, 2 flashes for 1 is all we're really talking about here. Is the flash to get out of the way of the Gnar. That was very nicely done. And unfortunately, DNS unable to get the catch onto the 0-2 Gnar.
They commit so many resources to try to catch that Gnar, and this time he flashes.
Turret as well.
Yeah. I don't think Showmaker is going to really be contested here. It's pretty low. There's a Rise coming over, so see how quickly he can clear that. But either way, it's going to be an extra bit of damage onto this turret. As you can see here, the plate will go over, and they're actually rotating. So you know what? I think they will eventually get it. Closer?
Yeah, Closer's just going to walk up. Smash is going to show up, though, and so the flash does have to come on through. Seismic Shove was on cooldown, so unfortunately not going to be there after the arrow. And he will be able to walk away.
And D+ are just... the macro is good, but I don't even think it's like an advanced macro game. They're just moving as a group here and punishing DNS, trying to use multiple people and chasing down single targets to their advantage. Like, oh, if you're going to group that many people into one lane, we'll get value in 2 other lanes. And as long as Shiu gets out, it's okay for us. And he did. And I think even if Shiu dies there, getting 2 inner turrets is always going to be worth, but he doesn't die. So it's really just his flash in exchange.
Oh dear. Okay, so 6,000 gold is the lead. We're cresting the 22-minute mark right now. It is a Hextech Soul in this game. And look, before we say that if D+ get this, it's probably game over, if DNS stack up 4 of them, it's also looking like a much better situation for them. But that does also mean that they've won about 4 fights in this game, and that might be a little bit of a difficulty here with how powerful D+ are with all this extra money.
If it was a 1,500 gold lead for D+, we could have that conversation. It's 6,000 is the problem. The biggest of which is still on this Skarner that they just can't hurt. They can't kill him.
Well, they're going to try. As here's the Realm Warp. They're looking to close in, and instead he just drives his lawnmower out of there.
Don't forget, he also has the shield on top of that if they can get him low enough to proc it.
Yeah. All right. Well, so that's why you wear your safety harness, everyone. Make sure that you're all going to be okay. That's all right. Dudu, still the most powerful of this team. Gets himself a Wild Growth, actually, as he looks to try and get some damage down onto Shiu, but Shiu is now in a much better position here in this game. A lot more mobile as well, with his Black Cleaver Trinity Force complete.
It's really hard to say good things about what's going on here for DNS. I don't mean like they're all playing badly. It's 4 to 2 kills at 23 minutes. It's not like they're getting wiped. They're just getting outplayed on the map. And their decisions of where to collapse, where to pinch have not been good. And now D+ are just going to start this Baron for free with Showmaker holding the wall here. Can try to deny entry completely, or...
Oh dear, there's a Seismic Shove, and Career is actually the one that picks up the kill somehow. That's exactly the one that they wanted to take down, though, as now D+, with no fear of getting out-smited, they will just be able to take this Baron. Shiu taking control of this mid lane as well as best he can.
It's a simple equation, right? D+ know there's no vision. They start the Baron. DNS are aware of it, but someone has to check, but they have the trap there. They use the Baron as a trap and spring it onto the jungler. Look at the control vision here. Doiv is just trying to get any information possible. And if it's a Seraphine who checks, she dies even faster. But because the jungler is the one that's safest to check because he has his shield, he dies. It's a guaranteed Baron. Maybe Doiv should have just ulted in, frankly, if he was going to be checking. Maybe he just gets lucky because D+ were always going to kill him, I think, in this situation. But what are you going to do? That's the question for DNS. Like, what could they have done better in this game state? I think the answer is maybe not get into this game state and have a better early game across the map, because from here on out, just like game 1, there aren't good choices to make.
I think Realm Warp everyone on top of someone. That's probably what you want to do. All right, speaking of pressing some R buttons, it is going to be Doiv making his way in there, looking for Shiu, whose Narbar will be coming back up. And Dudu looking to make his way through. Doesn't land the chains, but gets the Gnar onto the Gnar. Down goes the Gnar.
Yeah, but just like last time, It's going to be at the cost of some map presence here and some structures, as the arrow may stop a back or two.
Yes, it actually over towards Closer, so he will have that back stopped.
Yeah.
That should guarantee another inhibitor turret, probably this inhibitor in the bottom lane as well. I don't know whether they can get mid-inhib, but with the turret going down, it's as if it's gone. And in fact, they are just able to walk their way over. Life is going to get pulled up and manages to get the charm thanks to Lucid. That was kind of crazy. Now you got mid laners battling on the other side, and Doiv is just going to get wiped out. Flashes have to be employed to get out of the way of the Impale. And Closer running for the hills. Dudu also not able to make his way in, as this Talia pick is really making it so difficult for these flanks to come through from DNS. Still something that Dudu wants to look for here, as Showmaker wants to get him away from them once again. As Lucid with that big old shield, that's another beat drop to come on through, but Life is so close to dead. There goes Closer, and now the Wild Growth Smash is looking to lock them up. That's a great Wild Growth to come through from Dudu though, and he takes down the Ashe. The question is, can he actually do anything else? And the answer is no, as they take him out. Lucid gives him the good old thumbs up. Man, this guy has some feelings today on Summoner's Rift. And D+, they will be able to take down their second Nexus of the night. And what a return to form from this team, as they did lose both series last week and came back with a vengeance here today.
Really showcasing the difference in LCK veteranship versus challengers on the rise, right? Because we did see, I mean, Showmaker is the only one from the old guard. The rest of this team is actually from the same generation. You could say career might be like a little bit younger, but for the most part, almost all of these players here are across the same level of challenges, but the players on D+ have spent years in the LCK, and the difference is absolutely massive in terms of performance, and not to mention the synergy that they've built up, because they're not moving pieces around in this roster, whereas DNS, it feels like every other day, are making big changes. And you've got to make changes when you're on an 11, now 12 loss streak here in the LCK, but it's just not working yet, and I don't know if it's ever going to work.
Yeah, this is the problem. Sometimes they're just not changes in the right direction. Doiv, I mean, he had a good old crack. Showmaker, pretty happy about having a quick night here as well. But yeah, the DNS woes are going to continue. I probably got a little ahead of myself with my congratulations to D+. Yeah, taking down the team that is on now a, what, 12
series
streak.
Yeah, 12 series losing streak.
So a 24-game losing streak.
It's the way D+ played though, and how confident they look, and their win yesterday with some eclectic picks and cool drafting against HLE, that makes it feel like it's something different, right? Because
yeah, that's technically the loss.
This is technically the loss streak broken for D+ domestically here in the LCK, but they did win a massive upset online yesterday. No angry CBMax.
Not this time around. CBMax will probably be pretty proud of his team over the last couple of days. They'll have to get it together though, as this week is a bit of an easier week for D+, to be sure. It does look like Legend Group is well within their grasp. As we saw in the pre-show earlier today, they're sort of fighting Bro for that last spot, which is so cool to say.
Bro and D+ have had such a rivalry, by the way, since like the Fredit days as well.
Yes, it's forever.
It's really cool to see.
Yeah, Umpty's also here, and he was the one that was there when they started it.
Yeah,
as well.
I think Dudu is definitely DNS's best player right now.
Yeah,
and I mean, Closer's had his moments for sure, but we knew these are the two you don't change no matter what. But I don't know if changing Duckdom for Enosh is necessarily working out here in this bottom lane either. Life is also, by the way, a veteran. Like, this guy has been around for so long.
Yeah, I mean,
he makes the rest of D+ look young.
Yeah, he was the one that was alongside Ruler for one of the longest times, right? Like, he's been on a top team before. He was alongside Deft as well on HLE. Like, there are a lot of moments that Life has also found a whole lot of, you know, individual prowess with a lot of his eclectic picks that we do like to still talk about, but they have been few and far between in recent games. And as you can see, like, Smash, yeah, he died, so he's just going to have a little bit of a drink. Everyone pretty relaxed as they look to get the last couple of kills before this Nexus goes down. And yeah, business as usual here for D+ Kia. And it's a good look, as last week was definitely a bit of a rough one.
I mean, you look at these damage numbers in both games for D+. pretty uniform, with the exception of Lucid's Jarvan numbers in game 1. They were pretty high, but otherwise, everyone's just doing the job. Everyone's winning everywhere, and Shiu's taking a lot of the pressure, but they're winning on the map. And Showmaker's global picks have looked really good. His Twisted Fate banned again, but he pulls out the Talia and just out-rotates the Ryze everywhere. Lucid will pick up player of the match, 0 deaths, as predicted on the Skarner, but also on the Jarvan.
Yeah, his Jarvan was absolutely incredible in game number 1, and he was so proactive, turning that into a slightly slower first, like 4 minutes on the Skarner, but as soon as I started complaining about it, that's when he gets all of those kills towards the bottom side of the map. And now we will get to hear from the man himself and see what some of the answers are to the questions that were posed last week with a difficult week coming through. I think this could be pretty eye-opening as far as the interview is concerned.
I think so too. I also think D+ are definitely on the up and up. Contextualizing the win against the strength of opponent is important, but it's the way they won, how confident they look, and even sometimes beating a weaker opponent can do wonders for your confidence, but doing that after smashing HLE in those last 2 games yesterday, pretty clean.
Yeah, absolutely, and so now it is time for the interview. Let's throw it over to Dia.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! Big congrats to you for that win. You actually went no death for today's POM, so how do you feel? Yeah, we were on a 3 losing streak, but ending that streak with a great performance means a lot, but you know, that POM makes you even happier. Yeah, so you were carrying a good momentum in the regular season, but shaken into a 3 losing streak. And actually, your head coach's fiery feedback went viral. So in the process, what did you guys discuss with the team to steady things again? I think we were just trying to check what we are lacking in, a lot of the parts where we need more improvement on, and just really finding our own answers. I feel like it is reflecting in our matches slowly, so I think it's really great. And the opponent today made a big change to their lineup, bringing out rookies in the jungle and bot lane. So what did you watch out for? Was there anything in particular? Yeah, so we actually saw an unexpected lineup today, and you know, Dove actually, whenever I played him in like solo queue, I've always felt that he's really good, so I just wanted to really just not let my guard down. And Jarvan and Xin Zhao were drafted in game 1, so does Jarvan usually gap Xin Zhao that hard? Walk us through the matchup. Yeah, I feel like Xin Zhao and Jarvan, you actually see it, both of those picks in game 1 often, and I feel like whether it really doesn't matter which matchup we end up getting. I think we just try to focus on just playing out the early game to our favor. And so I think that's just how we were able to play it out in the end. And so game 1 was so dominant with 8,500 gold lead by you guys by 19 minutes. And you guys focused on bot pretty much, so did you expect it to be so dominant? I did not see that coming, that big of a gap, so honestly, whenever there is a way that, you know, one person carries, during a scrim, we never really are able to showcase the same exact thing on stage. So I think today we actually did exceptionally well. And after game 1, CB Max was beaming and high-fiving you and Shivu. So what was the feedback like? Was there anything good? I can't remember the details. But whenever he is happy with the results, he does high-five us. I don't think there was any meaning to it particularly. And in the draft in game 2, you guys took Skarner very fast. And this is a pick that we're seeing more often. So how would you evaluate Skarner right now? You know, Skarner appeared in the LPL first, and they actually play him quite differently. And we tried applying the same exact thing. in our region, and it just felt like he's such an OP champion. And he's just very, very good. I feel like we'll definitely keep on seeing him, and we'll try to utilize him as much as we can. It's very fun. And so also in game 2, it looked like the bot lane was the win condition. So was that the game plan even before the start? Yeah, I think there's a lot of utility when it comes to bot. So you actually end up seeing a lot of bot-focused games. And I think that's just how you kind of expect the enemy to path. And I think I just tried to keep that in mind while playing. And so your next opponent is the current first place team, HLE, who you actually pulled a reverse sweep in the road to EWC. So are you feeling confident? Yeah, yesterday in game 1, we actually went with a very unconventional, unfamiliar draft actually. So after that one in game 2, since we stuck with what we're used to, it actually went really well. It was actually a really smooth win. So it just feels like we're definitely able to win against them. So we hope that that happens again. And that is all from Lucid, and back to the space. Thank you.
We were just saying how difficult it is to translate live. So big shout outs to Deer for those translations. Thank you so much, Deer. Yeah. As it was a 2-0 victory for D plus G. Again, a lot of answers there about the streak that they had, reversing their fortune, CV Max coaching, all the insights.
The Skana.
The Skana. Yeah.
I mean, on jungle, but also support Sophie. What do you mean? Skana?
Skarner. All right. Let's take a look at the POM votes here as it did go the way of the jungle. And one shout out there for career.
I mean, he played Lux, which is high risk. And that's a shout out right there.
I will never,
because of it,
I will never trash talk a support shout out in the Poms 1 against 12. You know what? I respect it. Obviously went for Lucid myself. Understandably, because it's always a good day to be part of the Lucid fan club, but today was a particularly good day.
Very good day.
Exactly. I mean, I also talked about the momentum, when you're on the losing streak. But you know what's more important?
What's more important, what did?
Bring that up. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's the point, Exactly. They are back. Finally, even though they had the rough time, now the momentum is back. From the EWC qualifier, now here they bring up the Kate and Lux as well. Looking great.
Guys, I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah.
Should have hid during the break. Oh my god, what did was blasting the whole song. The whole
No, I didn't.
Yes, he
All right,
did.
chat, it's your time
now.
Do you want to see what did do it again? Because we've got the lyrics up right now, and
More
he's
than
saying
just one line. Come on with it. You can do it.
Everyone is pressuring me now.
The lyrics are there.
All right. So, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Footstep even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over cause you're a god. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Now DK is so back.
Yeah, they're so back. There we go.
They're so back.
You know
Clap
what?
in the chat.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Why were you shy? That was amazing.
All right, thank you, chat.
Oh,
I mean, I'm so happy that DK is finally back, We all love DK.
I love this. We get makeup, right? Wadid's red is coming through the makeup right now. You wonder why sometimes, I see it sometimes in the chat, why do they cover their faces? Because the red will come through. Look, the red's coming through on Wadid's face.
Stop it! That's what you mean? I'm not a singer. I'm a professional artist.
You did pretty good.
You're great. That was
and Degon, shout out for you backing him up.
Yeah.
I would have, but
you did not.
In my contract, it states I'm not allowed to sing on broadcast. So, I just, it's not okay.
You know what I really do appreciate here, Ox, is that after calling Wadid fake and then me fake at the beginning of the pre-show where you said everyone was fake, now you are lying too, that's in your contract. It's all fake. Super fake.
We're all
read the
fake.
comments here from someone who isn't fake because he's not here, lying about things. Jungle dominance. That was the truth. 2 junglers in this game. One of them dominated. Factual.
True. I guess Wolf is the real one.
Wolf is the real one.
We're the fake.
It's the real one, yeah, for sure.
Ox sausage. Let's keep going here. What else do we have on the KR side of things? The D Family Derby. Both starving for a round 2 victory, but the heavens remain heartlessly indifferent.
The heavens remain heartlessly indifferent. Oh my god, that's fire.
Wow.
Pony was cooking. Also on the Korean side, they dressed up as scuttle crabs, and Pony was the smite emote. And so he smited Subin and Umpty, who were dressed up as scuttle crabs. So he was already feeling quite godly. So he was smiting from the heavens.
Yes.
I'm trying to make it connect. All right, Pony.
This goes way too hard for a Pommon, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, I agree. But that's why we're so lucky to be graced by Pony, because sometimes we get umpties where it's from LCK rookie to veteran teaching a rookie. Actually, that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
Good job.
I mean, that's how DK started, right? So we can't really judge from this game, like even though it was rough time. But I think Lucid definitely show how the LCK jungle works.
Yeah, Doiv has been here before. He's had some shots, but Lucid has had a lot of time to grow and shown off here. Let's see what else we had. Cloud Templar, DN Supers will see you even in their lucid dreams. Lucid Dreams shout out.
It's been a while since we've had a Lucid Dreams shout out.
Yeah.
Classic. Nice to see
Classic Pommon.
And it was Go-Go with the boat. He's growing so fast, and he's getting more and more terrifying.
Yeah, I feel like he'll have a promising career ahead of him.
All right. That's...
Can we get the slow zoom? That was...
All right. All right.
I'm hurt.
Because his name is Korea, by the way. If you wouldn't.
On me. That was a bad one from Dan. He's over there. If we take a look at the standings, it is the longest losing streak in the league. 12 losses in a row for DNS. They are changing things up. They did the carousel at support. Now trying Enosh and Doiv, but really got ran out of the server in this one by D plus Kia. And these are the types of matches that we need to see from D plus Kia if they want to stay in the Legend group.
Yeah, exactly. They need to keep this up because Hanjin Brion is definitely like chasing them down. So it's looking great though. Like finally end up the losing streak. But for DNS side, as I mentioned before, before the segment, so like it's just painful. I'm not sure. We can't assume what's happening inside. Because we never know. But it can be really painful. Like we all have this kind of experience when like everything is not working out. Like it feels bad.
Yeah, it can be really hard. I've had experience on teams I'm on where during tough times, had teammates who were kind of got into the mindset of we can't win this matchup. And I feel like as soon as you get to that point, you don't stand a chance. And I think when you're on such a long loss streak, it's hard not to think that way. You get into a game, you start to struggle, and as soon as a bad play happens or you fall behind, it just, the concept of we can still win this isn't really there. You look at teams like, Genji, HD, T1, even when they fall behind, they're still trying to get back into it, and often they do. I mean, even today, T1's second game, but I think it's really difficult, and that's why sometimes you see these teams like subbing out players, because they just try and get someone in with a fresh mindset. But yeah, it definitely feels like, with this being the second year of DNS struggling to pick up wins, it's got to be tough.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up the pieces and find a way forward as we move forward here in the LCK with BNK FearX versus Genji. Always a surprise banger there when those two squads meet up. And then Kiwoom DRX back from their home front in Vietnam up against KT Rolster. Will it go up? Will it go down? We won't know. But what we do have is Pony enjoying a fantastic comment from Wadid.
On my comment?
And singing here. Let's take a listen.
아, 그 노래 알아요. 저런 거 하지 말라고 해주세요. 알겠습니다. 이렇게 또 재치 있는 또 코멘트들까지 살펴봤습니다.
Wow. He did it higher pitch than you did. Maybe you should try the higher pitch. All right, we're going to hear it one more time so that we get it all the way in.
노래가 있는데 켈리 클락슨의 스트롱걸 가사를 한번 읽어주겠습니다.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. 아, 그 노래 알아요. 아.
저런 거 하지 말라고 해주세요.
What? Pony,
you got
showing you up, man. Time for you to get in there.
Should I?
Yeah.
All right. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I guess.
I don't know.
No, I think Pony
we
did
lost.
better, man. I think we lost.
I think Pony's not only a better philosopher than us, a commenter than us,
Pony again.
higher rank than us,
I got that.
better singer than us, tells the truth. Dang. What are we doing here? Let's just think about it, guys.
Oh, maybe this time it's your time?
No.
Oh my God.
No. I know my strengths. It ain't singing.
Well, while we try to put Wadid and my confidence back together, we've just got like 22 hours before you'll see us again, and then we'll be back together for that. Bye-bye.
지원의 이 길을 막을 사람이 없습니다. Pressing comes out one more time, but the Aurora goes down and they've taken down Dogdom.
앞으로
그래도 빨아들이면서 팔찌.
이거를 가장 많은 관심을 받고 있는 두 팀의 경기, 지금 T1의 경기가 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.